Hello, this is stream 257, and I haven't yet finished setting things up, but it was 10 o'clock, so I figured I might as well start. I'm gonna plug my phone in. That would be a good idea. All right. So welcome everybody, especially if you're watching this on the VOD and you're seeing it from the very beginning. So today I'd like to remove this default zone in my game, which looks like this. So the problem with this default zone is there is a missing property for all of the tiles in this zone. So picking one, for example, we have the only values that I really need for tiles in the game are depth, X, Y, and zone. There's a secondary problem here in that there's some obsolete fields. So maybe I'll do that at the same time, since we're going to be migrating the data anyway. Let's say take the opportunity to remove obsolete OX and OY properties from tiles during migration. So with these removed, you can see that all the tiles in here just have X, Y, and depth, whereas I would like every zone in the world to have as an attached zone entity. The reason for that is if I go and show you what's in a zone entity, there's a lot of stuff now. I don't have a convenient way to do this through my tools. Right now I have to do fetch, and then I can grab this and put it into a window here and say it's JSON and format it. There's quite a bit of information here. Some important ones are the ambient light level. So in the sewers, you can only see 2 squares away from you unless you have light. Also, what's here is all the NPC spawning tables and the player respawn points. So without any of these, you can't have NPCs, you can't respawn when you die, and you can't specify what the light level is. So right now, there are no NPCs, you can't respawn, and there basically is no darkness in the default zone. There's shadowing from if barriers get in your way, but there is no way to set the light level to make it dark. So to get all of that, we have to have an entity representing the overall zone, and so that means we really don't want to have these entities out here that don't have an attached zone at all. So I had made all this default zone before I even had the, hold on a second, before I even had the concept of zones. And there's basically two options. I could just assign a new zone entity to all these positions and everything in it, and otherwise keep the data, or I can just destroy all of this and move everyone out of it. And I think the latter is probably easier for me to do, is to just systematically wipe out all of the default zone tiles and move all the players out to somewhere different. A couple things I need to do for that are I need to be able to see and move logged out players, because there's plenty of players that are logged out, but if they logged in, they would show up in this default zone. And what's the other thing? Oh yeah, when new accounts are created, we need to put players in an initial position. So right now, the initial position is right here. It's 0, 0 in the default zone. So if I want to have the concept of zones, and every zone has to have an entity in the entity component system, that means that the default can't be 0. I really don't want to have an entity 0 that means anything. 0 is sort of my placeholder for entity identities to mean like a null or a lack of an entity. So yeah. Oh, and I forgot to turn on the bot today. I should just do that right now. Oh, and I need to, before I forget, I need to finish setting up. So let me get this link to this page. A link to the page. So this is what I do. I go overview. There's the bot, hello bot. And then we go to the notebook on OneDrive. Sorry for the blazing white, but they don't have a dark mode option. At least they didn't last time I checked. I wonder if they have it now. Not really. No dark mode option. Feels bad, man. So I gotta... They have a dark mode option in the OneNote for Windows, but not for OneNote Online. Get a copy to the link. Go to tinyURL. Make a URL copy to clipboard. Just pasting it back in here to see if it works. And it works, so I'm going to close all that stuff. And put it first in the notebook. And I hit the wrong key there. Right, okay. And then I want to put it in the today command. I'm working on removing the default zone in his game. Update. And then let me also put this into the Discord. Stream plan. Today. Hey there, Toulouse. I see you in game. Look at that. The only thing is I can't show the emotes. And actually, someone asked for me to do that, but it's like against the rules, like copyrights, to do that because I don't own the rights to those. Well, I guess I own the rights to mine, but you know, I would have to get permission from every individual copyright holder to show it in outside of Twitch, I guess, technically, right? So today I am working on removing the default zone of my game. And then paste the link, and then close the Discord for now. All right. Hey, let me give you a wave. All right, so good to see the stream overlays working, by the way. I should give a shout out to the creator of this stream chat overlay. I'm not using it to its full potential, but Mr. CM Griffing, who's right now at TwitchCon, I think, is the author of that. And there's lots of other features. Like I said, I'm not using them yet, but he is really gracious to let me alpha test it. You need to replace all emotes in the game with random ones from the game. I don't know. That'd be confusing, wouldn't it? I could have redacted. I could say redacted, redacted, redacted. And it would say redacted Toulouse. Yeah, it would be very confusing, yeah. Hello, Rally Monkey, how are you doing? All right. Yeah, we need to have players in an initial position. So, yeah. Yeah, rather than doing a... actually, maybe I should just do a migration. So, we can add migration step if players are in default zone, teleport them to the initial position. That means I have to establish an initial position in the game somehow, which would be maybe I just make a special entity for it. It's easier for me to just make a special kind of entity called globals and stuff it in there. And then it's available to the entity component system. I don't have to make a special data structure for it. So maybe that's what I'm going to do. So establish globals entity and component where we can stuff game-wide variables for the ECS. Still using JSON objects? Yeah. Everything is JSON objects. So when I'm looking at like this tile in the world, the position and tile are both JSON objects. Oh, there's also this. I wonder if we should take the opportunity to remove that as well. There's obsolete fields in a lot of the game components, which actually take space in the game snapshot. Let's say take the opportunity to remove obsolete. Like, we're really not taking any opportunity. Let's just throw this in there and say additional migrations. Remove obsolete and remove obsolete moved property from pause. Let me make sure I don't use moved, actually. Whoops. We got unhinged from the bottom there. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. How are you doing? All right. No matches to moved. What about OX? Oh, OX. Yeah, so something that would be in there, of course, is X. That's going to be everywhere. And changed, I think, is still in there, right? Yeah. No. What was it? Not changed. C. Right, we started abbreviating keys. Yeah, so there's still the tile changed. Okay. What else do I want to do today? I want to be able to see and move logged out players. Establish a global identity component and stuff, and then that would be initial position. What am I going to name it? Well, for lack of a better name, initial underscore position. It'd be where to put players. Where to put newly created players, and those migrated from default zone. And let me that's unfortunate wrapping, so let me widen that. So I'll just leave those steps in there. I'm sure I'm going to add more game globals as we go along. In fact, I think I might migrate a lot of data I already have elsewhere into the game globals, because it's so dang convenient to put stuff there. Like there's even stuff in the configuration JSON that I could move into there, because it doesn't need to be necessarily in the game configuration. This is probably enough work for today, right? If I get this done, then I can destroy the default zone. So let's say if all of the above is done, destroy the default zone. Of course, that means doing it in the test environment. I still need to push all this into production, along with the other changes that are in the pipe, which are the terms of service, privacy policy, fixing the point system, fixing a couple other bugs, and a few other things I can't think of right now. All right, ability for me to see and move logged. Actually, I can already see them. Really, it's to identify. So the way, let me switch over to the, do I want to keep GM view of the game? I think no. I was seeing a trouble yesterday with my Chrome having more than one version of my game running at the same time. Like it was just slow. Like I remember if you were here yesterday, remember if I would do this in the game, it was really, really laggy. And I found out that's because I had multiple Chrome windows open with my game. And I'm thinking I'm just hitting some kind of performance limit. So I'll just have one window open at a time. So yeah, right now, we added this recently that I can see these ghosts. And those ghosts represent other players in the game. So I'm going to risk a second window just so I can log in incognito and show what happens when a player logs in. I'm going to guess. Actually, I don't need to guess. I can just look at what players we have who's not logged in and just jump to them. Right, so Carol, who is in the logged out zone, and the way we're actually, do I need to I should migrate that at the same time, shouldn't I? Right now, I chose to migrate during to not migrate the data, but wait until they log in. I should include that, shouldn't I? Move. Well, we already have this step. I chose to put it in the wrong place though. Right, move the logged out zone migration from or fix from login to game server start migrations. That's what I'm calling migrations. Are when the game server starts, I do some steps to migrate data, and moving players out of this logged out zone right now is not done during the game server star migrations. It's done during login. So until these players log in, they're still in this logged out zone. Hey there, Romania hate. The points don't work yet, Toulouse, because I haven't deployed that fix into production. So you actually have way more than 5 points. The 5 points you have are the ones you scored since I moved the points total around. But there was that bug, right? So you have a bunch of old points that are hidden right now. I'm gonna guess, yeah, Carol. If we log in as Carol, that's where it will pop up right there, right? So right above that tree, if I log in as Carol, we should see. Yeah. Oh, there was this curious bug where when we get to here, we are we can't be found anywhere in the world, right? If I go to actually, what happens if I go to Carol now? Still, oh right, still in the logged out zone, but not visible in game yet. I think that's a bug in the ghost system. Pretty sure. So anyway, if I agree and I log in, I should pop right there above the tree. Oh yeah, the GM screen is also broken, right? Oh no, it's not broken differently. It's broken in the similar way, right? So I had fixed it in a test, right? So the points show up like actually the 100 test points I gave myself to test the thing actually do show up now for the GM. So when I fix it in production, I'll be able to see everyone's points again, whereas there were a lot of zeros for me. That is true. Why do I have 2 different accounts? I'm guessing this one is linked to Twitch and this one is not. I thought I don't want to get confused, but if I just remove this one. I'm not gonna, I'll leave it right now. Anyway. So yeah, you see how that works, right? When you're logged out, it shows where you would be. But the problem right now is for the... Okay, let me log in again to show you a difference here. I could do remember me, why not? So when I mouse over a player that's logged in, you can see I can see the entity number. In fact, if I'm on this screen and I click there, I can see player 6, who is Carol, and their components, right? I can't do that with these ghosts because technically they're not in this zone. The ghost is just an overlay, and it's further emphasized if I move the camera. You can see they jump instantly. Well, it's kind of hard to see that, but they jump instantly before the other tiles update because they're not actually painted by the rendering system. They're handled locally in the front end. And I did that work. Did I do that work yesterday? I think I did, right? Or no, I did it Monday, I think. So since those sprites are being added independently of the rendering system, they don't show up in my overlay. And if I click there, I can't get to that entity because they're not in this zone. So I'd like to change that. Actually, it will be changed. Actually, hold on. If I log out from Carol, it's interesting. I would think, oh, right. I'm there in that position in the world, but it won't show up in the entities list because I think it depends again on, does it depend again on the, no, hold on. It shouldn't depend on the rendering system. Where is Carol right now? That's weird. When I click on a position in the world, I'm surprised it doesn't show me her in the list, in the entities list. Okay, that's maybe one of the things I need to look into, because that's, in order to identify them, we need to actually be able to see them when we click on them. All right, let's jump right into that. Let me review what actually happens when you click in that panel. Hold on a second. I don't know what's in that Untitled 1 window, so let me hide the screen for a second and take a look. Oh, it was just this. No secrets, it was just the contents of the zone entity. that I was talking about earlier. All right, we're cool, bro. All right, thought I did it yesterday, but it was just a GM screen deploy. Oh, did I squeeze it in there after doing refactoring? No, it wasn't yesterday. Yeah, it was on Monday. I'm glad I have my notes because then I can just look at them and remind myself, oh yeah, yesterday I did the point system fix and then I did refactoring. This is assuming that I updated my notes to reflect what I actually did. That is sometimes a problem in itself. All right, so when I click, that's first in the middleware for the stage, and there will be a what is it called? Click, no results. Okay, it's not click. Pointer? Yeah, there we go. Pointer down, which does an interact. An interact depends on if we're the GM, then we allow this, and it goes to a handler based off of what active panel. So we'll be in the entities panel, right? So we'll go to interact entities. And is that right? Entities panel? Yeah. And if I'm in one of these other panels, clicking teleports me, right? Yeah. So entities panel. Okay, we're not clicking Alt, so we skip that. We're not clicking Shift, so we skip that. Right, get the selected position. And what is this saying? Oh, this is if we click the selected position. So if I click that, it takes the green rectangle off. But if not, it should both put a green rectangle on and then update the entities panel. Yeah, set selected position. That's what we're looking for next. Let me first look at the reducer, admin reducer. Sorry, it stores it in the admin state in Redux. And then what are the side effects? Right, in the stage, it goes set selected position. It sets the set the selected position marker, and then it gets the entities at the selected position. So this one is drawing the green marker there, and then this one is that one is filling this list. So that's what I want to look at next. So get entities at selected position. It's sort of a pain that if I want to search for that, I have to convert it to upper snake case to search for it. I always wonder, maybe I should break my convention and make either the function be upper snake case, or in the action list itself use camel case instead of this notation. Anyway, things I muse about. So it's only handled by, again, the admin middleware. Hold on a second. Okay. It gets the selected position, and it sends the message to the game, get entities at position. Presumably the server then returns us an entity list, so that means that it's probably going to be in the server side. I need to look and see what happens with that on the backend server. So that's an admin message going to the ECS. So yeah, here it is. So we see, is it the default zone or not? We ask the ECS to get the entities at that position. Oh, I think I know where this is leading. It's going to look at the position index. Right. So it finds stuff. It finds the zone. What is this? It's finding that the entries in the correct position index for that position. Because there's one index for every zone, and there's a special one for the default zone. So it first finds the correct position index, and then in that position index, it finds the position within it. And that will have the list of entities there. And the reason why the ghosts don't show up is because I didn't add them to the position index, because if I did, they would be drawn by the rendering system. So I guess I have two choices, or I have a choice with two, I guess, yeah, I have a decision to make with two choices. Either I include these ghost images in the position indexes and then fix this parts of the rendering system that would draw the player who's not even logged in. Or when we call this one, we also include any players that are logged out as an exception. I think I'd rather do the former. So put it back into the position index, but then the rendering system and also the movement system and combat systems and all that have to skip things that are gone. Which actually I guess makes sense. So these would actually be in that zone, just marked gone, and then everything should just skip them except for the this get entities at position, so we can get it, and then we would see that the flag is that the tile is marked gone, right? It would be this G true, and then we would know to draw something else like a ghost image rather than drawing player 6's avatar. Yeah, okay. So that means I need to adjust some of the tests that I made. Was that in the rendering system? Also, I can take out the code that I added on Monday to tell the game master where players are, because I don't need that anymore. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. I only needed it because normally the camera wouldn't see them because they weren't in the position index. Okay, I think, yeah, this will be better in the end. Let's find where I probably added it at the bottom, right? Right, sprite added when marked not gone. Sprite removed when marked gone. I guess we can keep these tests, we just need to change the mechanics of it, right? Or no, I don't even need to change the mechanics of it. I can just use these tests that are already here. First the logout zone, not the default zone, no. Yeah, it's cleaning up the game though, right? The code I was just showing here, the fact that I had to have this if else is because it's like we have this concept of are you in the default zone or not. So if I remove the default zone, I get to remove those 4 lines of code and this line down here and then this parameter, and it's much cleaner. Do you need to check, hold on. Do you need to check to see if it's a problem to have multiple ghosts on top of each other? Well, you can already have multiple players on top of each other, and that's fine. What'll happen is like, yeah, let's go to the default zone. I mean the logged out zone, just to show you. Oh wait, I only have one person in. Okay, I can't show you. Never mind. Well, like when Bob is on top of this grass, right? When I mouse over, it just shows 2 entities at the same position. And if I click here, it'll show 2 entities. So if I wanted to select one or the other, I would have to click the position where there's 2 ghosts on top of each other and then pick the correct one and then move it. Like already I can do this moving Bob around. I can just click Bob and then shift click, and then that would separate the players. So it should be okay. I do have a problem with nameplates on top of each other, and that's another thing I got to figure out. I think there are already bugs filed about that the nameplates obscure other things and they obscure each other and all that stuff. Yeah, it's also not deployed yet. Sorry, A squared. Your points are coming back. Show the name of entity on the GM entity view. Yeah, I need to do that too. Well, but I'm gonna have to end up clicking there and then finding. I could show it here. I've been holding off from making GM panel changes because it doesn't benefit normal players of the game. It only benefits me. Let me see. Oh, it's still on? Okay, I turned it off. That's weird. That's weird. Hold on a second. What is that thing called? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just, yeah, there shouldn't be any problem with what I'm doing. The problems will be with the nameplates and stuff like that. All right. Yeah, so the tests I had should be okay. Because we still want this to happen where if something disappears, like if you set this gone flag, it should remove the sprite. We still want that. Oh, but we don't want it for the game master. That's the difference. Also for the game master, I want to actually tell the GM that it's gone. So let me make two more tests like that are copied from here. Yeah. So not that it's removed, but sprite includes gone flag for GM. That's what I want, really. Actually, I don't even really need two, I don't need two tests. I just need one, and I have like two things in the test, one that's gone and one that's not. Oh, and I meant to make a helper for this. I should just do it now. Yeah, let's do it now. Const auto player equals create. I had this tile. We'll have a tile entity, but the thing that's missing here was the gone flag, right? Actually, is this even needed? I think the lack of the flag meant that it was not gone. I mean, that it was gone. Yeah, not gone. Yeah, so the first player will not be gone. 0, -1, 0, 42. Tile set 1. No label. And we'll have, this will be player 1. And then I'll have a player 2, which is gone. So I'll need a slight variation on this. Create gone tile amenity. Put him somewhere else. How about +1? Otherwise everything's the same. Then I can remove this, right? Oh. I don't actually need that, do I? I can just make this. Yeah, I can just do this. Well, hold on. There's the sprites, and then there's the add and remove sprites. Let's have two tests then. Sprite updates include gone flags for GM. There we go. So there, we'll have one that's not gone and the other one that is gone, and then I'll swap them. So we'll have player 1 become gone, and then player 2. Not move the position, but just flip this. No longer gone. So that's removing that. Cool. And then what I would want to get is an add and a remove. So where's the add? Here's the add. Which would happen first? I'm not sure. It depends on the order of those entities when they're iterated through. Actually, it would probably be by entity ID. So it would probably be 1 and then 2. So 1 is disappearing. So the remove happens first, and then the add happens second. Oops. That goes there. Player 1, player 2, that goes to that. Cool. And then we want to add another field. Like key sprite gone. True. Let's add that here. And I can continue to use the shorthand because I have names in the code. As long as there's no collisions, and I don't see any, so cool. And then this first test that it includes it, this will be where we don't actually change anything. We're just the act is to create the camera and get the initial list of sprites. So that would be like sprites. This kind of stuff. We get both the tile sets and the sprites. Okay, there's no name tag. It's the one that's gone is player 2. So so player 1 at 0, -1, right? At depth of 0. And then we would have player 2 at +1y with an extra field, the gone field. And then the tile sets stuff. Actually, that's not what we're going to get. Let me find the correct thing. This one. That's what we're going to get. All right. Cool, so I need to make that helper. That's going to be like this one. Sort of. Actually, let's just make it separate. Actually, it doesn't have to be completely separate. We can do this and then set the additional flag, right? So const auto entity equals, well, let's call this one. I don't have to have the 2 zeros at the end. And then I have to do a set, so component, well, I need to get it first. Components, get entity component of type tile entity. I don't know why I had a brain skip there. And then component realm server key I'm doing this wrong, aren't I? The tile doesn't have the gone flag. The position does. I'm doing this wrong. Wait a minute. It's down here, that's why I'm getting confused. Yeah, it's the position, not the tile. Position gone equals true. And then I do components set. There we go. Okay, and then back down here. I guess we're ready to build. Oh no! Something didn't build. Create gun. Oh, that's easy. It means I forgot to return entity. There we go. Okay. So, how's everybody's Friday going? We're almost to the weekend. Isn't that nice? Get to hopefully people get to relax on the weekend, recover, recharge. I know I'm looking forward to that. I've been sort of screwing up. I call it stealing time from tomorrow. So, staying up late, 1 to 2 a.m. working, and where I really should just go to bed and then have more energy the next day and be more efficient the next day. Am I going to play games on the weekend? A little bit, but I also want to catch up on some of the work I wanted to do that I can't do on stream. What I play these days? I was playing Astroneer, and I beat the game, and then they released an update, so I might go back into that and see what they added. Also Borderlands 3, I was playing that with Ski Dog. And World of Warcraft, I still play that. But yeah, the solo relax games I've been playing are Astroneer and a little bit of Raft. Because I wanted to see what they added to that game. Why is this taking so long? Is it just the first build of the day that takes 2 minutes? Well, I think of Borderlands 3, it seems to have a lot more content than Borderlands 2 had. But I don't know if that's just because the pace that we're playing it at is slower or what. Yeah, it got a lot of content. And it's pretty funny, I think. Just like Borderlands 2, I thought that was a funny game. Like, everything just, like, turned up to max. Like, all of the humor is just way over the top. And great voice acting, I think. So, I'm enjoying it. Yeah, but like they would say everything is badass, but they would say that all the time, and like everything was badass, right? So it's the same thing. It's everything is like just nothing is subtle in that game. Let's just say that everything is what is the opposite? What would be the opposite of subtle? Like to a comic level, you know, overdone. Everything is overdone to a comic level. All right. Oh, need to run these tests and see them fail, don't I? I've also been playing a lot of exaggerated. There you go, exaggerated. I like that. I'll give you a point for that. Everything is exaggerated to a comic level. I've also just been playing a lot of the games that are, I mean, not to sell out, but you know, free is a good price, right? So the Epic platform has like 1 or 2 free games every week or so, and it's like it's free, right? So I've been trying out some of those free games. What was the ones recently? What was it? Last day of June or something like that. Yeah. So like I'll play if it's one a week, then if it looks good, I'll play that game on the weekend. So I think their strategy is to try to just get you on their platform, and so that then maybe you'll buy some of their games. And maybe, but most of the time I just get the free stuff. And I don't even bother downloading it usually. I just get it so that it's in the library, and then I'll play it later. Like, and by the time I play them, they're off the list and they're no longer free anymore. But I've already gotten it. If you buy Borderlands 3 soon, maybe you'll join you guys who are still playing. Well, that'll spoil it though. I think you'd want to find a play group that is at the beginning of the game. If you don't mind spoilers though, I'm sure you could jump in as long as whoever's hosting is okay with that. I'm usually not hosting it, so it's sort of not appropriate for me to bring anybody in that I want without clearing it with them first. So like if Ski Dog is hosting it, you'd probably have to ask him if it's okay. But also, CM Griffing's been playing Borderlands 3 too, and I think he's super open to people joining it at any time. So, and he's further back in the game too. So it might be that at some point, if I'm going to be playing with CM Griffing, you could probably jump in. I'm sure he'd be okay with that. But we could ask him to make sure. And I think that goes with anyone. Chris is pretty open to anyone jumping into the games he's playing if they're multiplayer. And I was playing Borderlands 2 with them and playing with Scissors for a while. And if anything, they had trouble finding people who wanted to play at the same time. So there you go. All right. Do I need any more tests other than the 2 that I added? Oh, right. The 2 that already pass, the objective is to make sure that they continue to pass when I make the GM ones pass. So I think this is good. So first off, I'm going to find those changes that I made. Actually, I wonder if I could use get K for this. Find the changes that I made on Monday so that I can undo some of them. Let me see. I think this is it, right? So I don't need to see this list anymore. Those are the auth changes. Oh, maybe I do need to see it again. Hold on. There were more changes than this, weren't there? And yeah, where are the component system changes? Oh, we'll remove the logged out zone. This is probably it. Yes. So it's in component CVP around line 743. Got it. Now I just need to find that file. Was it again? Components.cvp. Wait a minute, I'm already... No, I'm in this... Yeah, I'm already there. 743. Right. So it used to be... Right, we're checking this gone flag. Right, so I'm going to get rid of that, basically. Oh yeah! I got rid of it. And then where else? Line 921. Right, here it is. Oh yeah! We get rid of that too. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? Alright. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because I'm looking at some stream statistics off screen. Alright. Where's that diff? Okay, here we go. What else did I change? Rendering. Okay. I wonder if I could keep this. It's getting the gone flag and then saying we shouldn't draw it if it's gone. Right, and skip it later if it's marked gone. So maybe that's all I need. I guess I can search for the gone flag. Key names. I can just search for gone. Not the sprite gone, but the position gone. This one here. I could search for that and see where it's used. Okay, announce sprite update to cameras. And this is looking at... Right, to see what should we tell the camera about this entity, and here's its position component. If it's marked gone, what do we do? Then we can't see it anymore. So that should already work then, right? At least for non-GMs. For GMs who want... So it should be... We should change this to be like not gone or GM or is admin, basically. Rendering start... What is this doing? Oh, this is putting into the... So I need to change to remove this because we need to put it into the position index. So I'm removing that. And then the executor, right, clears it on login and probably sets it on logout. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the only place it's used is it's set there, cleared there, checked here to see if we should hide it from the camera. And that's it. So we're missing some things. It's going to show it on for initial sprites, right? So I need to do a check there. Make initial sprites. So here, Yeah, encode a sprite's visible at a position. We need to make sure it's not visible if it's gone. Unless it's the admin camera, of course. Okay. Yeah, so we're looping through all entities at that position in the game. Right, here we go. So we can just skip it right here. We can say if cast it to bool, position, did I just say key? No. Realm server, key, that was actually there. Key position gone. If it's gone, then continue, right? So don't report it. Yes, that should just work, right? That should pass the 2 non-GM tests that we're already passing, actually. The GM ones will still fail because they need extra data. Yeah, so the ones that we're passing before are still passing. That's good. So then I just need to concentrate on having it work correctly for the GM camera. So it's here again, right? If this is an admin camera, we don't want to skip that. Instead, we want to do something special inside of there, because we want to tell the GM that, hey, this entity is in view of the camera, but it's technically gone. So draw it as a ghost or something. So I guess we do it here, right? If it's gone and not admin camera. And then when we do encoded sprite for tile, we need to check it again. Okay, and this needs to know if it's an admin camera. Oh, wait a minute. No, it doesn't. Because if we made it past here and it's gone, it must be an admin camera. So I just need to check if it's gone. Right? Yeah, we can just say if... Oh, but the position is not sent in. I guess we could include it... How many times do we call this function? Only twice? And this one, how many times is that called? Once? Okay, so I can just add that parameter. So we can add the gone flag. Actually, no, there's admin camera. No, we still need the gone flag. Yeah. Why do we need admin camera here? We need it for computing special. Yes. Specials are these little markers that's telling me as a GM that, hey, there's something special there. If I click there, I can see it. In this case, it's a trigger. Having a trigger component on an entity in the world makes it a special. And that's for things like teleporters, and this one is a dialogue trigger. Okay, so we're gonna... Where should I add it? Maybe here? It goes with the other things that were in the position, that were decoded from the position. So this would be gone. And then we need to add that after depth here. So bool position. And do we already have this variable computed? Yes. Wonderful. I can just say gone. Nice. And then the same thing for this function, right? This one, we'll put it here. Gone. And then it's after depth. And that's not computed, but I have it here, so we can compute it here. Const auto gone equals that. Then we can say if gone and not admin camera. In fact, that's short enough that I don't mind doing something like that. Right? I don't know, that looks weird because I usually split it. I've gotten into the habit of splitting it like that. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is it easier to read like that? I should get more audience interaction here. You can help me learn correct style that is in fashion. What do you guys prefer? A or B? Hold on. We'll do this the proper way. Broadcaster tools. Where is it? Oh, it's not under broadcaster tools? There's like a straw poll thing in Yada, right? Is it just under tools? Create straw poll. There we go. Which style do you prefer? as seen on stream right now. A is split conditions 1 per line. B, all on one line. And great. Here we go. Let's see what people think. I guess I had got to click on it myself to see it. It looks like it's unanimous. Okay. So you guys just think I'm weird when I do it that way? The reason that I do this is if I were to say, like, I don't need that condition anymore, it's a one-line change and doesn't impact that line. But that's sort of a weak excuse. Okay, I think the results are conclusive. You guys want me to go with B, so I'm going to go with B. I guess I should have added a C, right? Which would be, I don't care. But then again, if you didn't vote, that meant you didn't care either, right? We'll go with B. Thank you very much, chat. Good, trying to get more of that audience participation. Yeah, you understand why and agree that helps a lot of time, but with small variable names, I think it's better to consolidate. Yeah, you're probably right. I get a little too pedantic about it, like when I do stuff like this. And then I started to think, like, you know, maybe I should group those two because they logically always should be together. You know? Yeah, it's one of those things where the styling, like, I don't want to get too rigid, but then again, I don't want it to be too loose. Whatever the project styling was using before, not a strong opinion. Yeah, so the project styling is this way, where everything is on one line. And, but it gets ridiculous, right? It gets where there's a lot of lines where it's really only one function call. Yeah, okay, anyway. We'll go with that. Thank you for their participation there. Okay. And there's one more thing I needed to add here, right? And that's easy because we already have that variable. Okay, and then it's all on this guy. It will be if it's, yeah, if gone, sprite realm server key sprite gone. Actually, I guess I can just always include it. I prefer to only include it if it's true. If it's not there, then it's false. I think I'd like that better. I think using a linter helps in this case, can enforce those rules. Yeah, but how would you teach the linter, like, what is too long of a line versus a short of a line? Would you go by raw character count? Every time you see Adam save his file and get auto-formatting, you get so jealous? I mean, I could turn that on too. Why do you get jealous, though? Are you not allowed to use prettier on your code or something? I think the perfect solution would be to be able to train prettier or whatever you use to format exactly the way you or your team wants it to be done. Well, yeah, Toulouse, that's my problem too. Too lazy to set it up. Exactly. Use Clang format and it has some options, but you can't teach it everything. That's my problem. If I can't teach it everything, I just get annoyed at the little things that it does wrong. The closest I've seen to something that is perfect for that is Visual Studio for C and C++ and a few other languages, C#, where I can train it to be exactly the style I want, and it's really actually pretty good. That's why you don't like prettier? It'd be messing you up? Yeah. If you could customize and make prettier exactly match your preferred style, then you probably just turn it always on, right? So Visual Studio would read Clang format config. See, there you go. That is always very cool. That means you can migrate from that, between that and some other IDE that supports the Clang format config, and that's really nice. Okay, now let's see, did I pass my tests? Probably not, because I bet there's more work I need to do. And I probably broke stuff, right? I didn't break anything. Let me just look and see what's not correct here. Oh, is it that the type? No, it's not that the type is missing. It's that it's getting ID 3. It's being included. Oh no, it's that we want it to be included and it's not. That's the problem. I think that's the difference. So the difference is that this is extra and everything else past that blue thing matches. Kind of hard to see. I think that is the case though. Yeah, so it's not showing the gone tile, and probably this one is going to be. Actually, this one's pretty close. What's different here? Remove one sprite and add another is what we expect. Actually, we shouldn't get a. This test is wrong. We shouldn't get a remove. It should be It should be a change, shouldn't it? Or update sprite? Move sprite? It should be a move sprite. We should do that, I think. Yeah. Let's make it let's make it require a move sprite. Yeah, this thing right here. Move sprite player 1. Player 1 is no longer is now gone, right? Yeah, player 1 is now gone. So that's this one. Same coordinates. It didn't actually move. And then player 2 is no longer gone, so that will have this flag removed. I think that's what I actually want. And that's definitely not what we're doing right now, so I gotta fix it. Is TS field, the TS field in the bottom, but not the top for the first test? TS field. Hold on. Sorry, going back to this first one, right? What am I looking for? Tile set? Oh, they mean the results here? It could be. It might have been that I missed it. Oh yeah, you're right. Did I get that wrong? I mean, when in the setup here? No, I have tile set. That's weird. I wonder why it's not included. Yeah, Toulouse, thank you for noticing that. Yeah, I didn't notice that. It's not in there. I wonder why not. This does that, which does that. If it's not 0, I guess I can just see, make sure, it shouldn't be 0, right? Debug. Yeah, it's 1. So I guess I can just go to initial. Actually, this we already saw goes to here, which goes to here. All right, so it goes down. It's there where we need to see what's going on. It should have set it. That's weird. I hate that if I'm debugging, it breaks there in gtest. It's like I don't really need that to break there. Yeah, I don't care about gtest source code. Yeah, it's missing. That's weird. This is what. Oh, wait a minute. I got it backwards. It actually does have it, but the expectation is missing. That's my problem. It's the test expectation or assertion is wrong. Right here. It needs to have, it's missing this part. Realm server key sprite tile set. That's missing from both. And it'll be in here too. I think. Actually, move sprite just changes position, right? I don't think I ever have it change anything else but the position, so wouldn't have the tile. Right, the tile set is a different message. I think that was like change sprite or something. No? My memory, not so good. Don't rely on my memory. I can, let me look at the front end to see what the message was. I thought it was change sprite or update. Is it update sprite? No. Or sprite, reflect sprite updated. So I could probably find it here. Update sprite. Update sprite, there it is. So, there we go. So that's if the title, or I guess the health bar also, or the tile, or the depth, or the tile set probably. Yeah, the tile set changes. So I'm not worrying about any of that. Cool. All right. Just making sure. Let me check something. Interesting. Interesting. Just looking at some stats. Some secret stats. Run. All right, a little bit distracted. That's okay though, right? Get back to things quickly. So then the difference should just be the missing one. Yeah, so it differs right here. Okay. Now to find out why. Because... Oh, wait a minute. It's not an admin camera. There was another field here, right? Create admin camera or something? Yeah, create admin camera. But I don't have it for, with the zone. I don't have create admin camera in zone. I guess I'll have to add it then. Why did I not collapse these two together? Was I just being lazy? Yeah, probably. So let's fix that. So let's just have this called create camera in zone X, Y, and then I'll never be looking at the formerly known as the logged out zone. So I'll just have, I actually need a client ID, don't I? We'll fill it in. Oh, wrong place. Fill it in there. And then we'll just make this have a zone in it. Actually, now that I think about it, is it always? Oh no, this was used where the client ID could change. Well, thank you for that follow, by the way. No distractions, craft the whip. Thank you, Toulouse. Oh, back to work. Okay, I have too much fun with memes sometimes. All right. Oh, I gotta be careful about this. Yeah, we don't want to include that always. Right. So we'll do it this way. Position equals that. If zone is not 0, then include this part of it. Then remove that, and then make this position, and then I'll try to follow this rule that you guys like, that probably I should obey too, that if it fits on one line, I should just do that. Although it looks weird to me now, because I'm so used to just like following a strict rule of one line per parameter. Now, is this correct? I think so. So I want to do the same kind of thing up here. In fact, I can copy this code right here. Up here. And then collapse. Hey there, CM Griffing. How are you doing? Howdy, Mr. Sir. I shouted you out earlier, but I'll do it again. CM Griffing made this overlay that you're seeing, and I'm not using it to its full potential. I'm doing pretty good today. CM Griffing, how are you? Aren't you in, you're at TwitchCon right now, right? It's Friday. TwitchCon's going on. How is TwitchCon going? You missed your flight yesterday. You had to catch a secondary flight down? Oh no. Eek. Got in late last night? Well, you're there now, right? How is it going there? Give us a on the show floor report. Like, how are the lines? I'm curious about, like, if it was terrible getting in, because I heard that last TwitchCon there were problems. The hotel is right across the street from where the Twitch party was last night. Oh, that's nice. now Venix is like regretting this decision, maybe. Got your pass today, walked right up to get it? No, wait. Oh, nice. So they fixed the problems that they had before. That's nice to hear. Not sure what tomorrow will be like with kids out of school. We'll see. Yeah, it might be crazier, right? But you'll already have your pass, so you don't have to get in a line for that, at least. At least I'm assuming you would have to get in line for a pass. I don't know. Yeah, I tried to get a ticket like Monday or Tuesday. I just procrastinated and didn't get one because I live close by anyway. So I'm like, it's not like I have to arrange travel or hotel or anything like that. And I'm like, it's not gonna sell out. And guess what? Sold out. Feels bad, man. It was rough last year, yeah. I heard it was like there were some horror stories. Okay, create admin camera. Looks good to me now. Only, you know what we can do? We can default that. I like the idea of defaulting it. Maybe I'll work on this too, cleaning this up. Not right now, though. Let's just focus on this create admin. I just need to call create admin camera for these ones. And we don't need that. So that's essentially what I want in both of these tests. Create an admin camera. And we should get back different feedback. I expect that this first one will pass now. Don't know about the other one though. Yeah, see that passes. This one will actually, I know it won't work, but I'm curious what it does tell me. It removed a sprite. It removed sprite 2. Why would it remove sprite 2? And it's player 1 is 2 and player 2 is 3 because the tile set is ID 1. So if it removed, that means it removed player 1. So the gone true causes it to be removed. And it's an admin camera? Okay, so then something's messed up. It shouldn't have done that. The line for the pass is the one people said was rough, yeah. Haven't heard from any of the other devs, but the meetup is scheduled for tomorrow. Okay. Cool. Yeah, if you guys meet up, I can drive down there. That would be awesome to meet you guys. Fellow science and technology streamers. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I will give you a point. Because why not? I can do it very easily. And I think you actually have more than 9 points. There's a bug in my point system right now that I will fix and we will restore everyone's points soon. Okay, let me try to figure this out, why the updates are not working. Oh, because I never changed that. I meant to, but I never did it. This should be, you can see it if it's not gone or it's an admin camera. So that's camera, second is admin. There we go. Science and Technology is the best game? Of course. Of course it's the best game. It's too bad not many people know that. Or maybe that's a good thing. All right, so I'm getting no updates. So it's actually a special kind of move, isn't it? Where it moves to in and out of reality. So I think I need to include that somehow here. That's definitely a robocall. Do you know how I know the definite robocalls? They're very lazy. It's kind of like a lazy spammer. They will take my phone number and just change the last 4 digits and then assume I'll pick it up because it's like in the same region. It's like, no one else I know has my phone number with the last 4 digits different. See, now you're not lurking anymore. You ruined the lurker. Saying something unlurks. Just kidding. Grabbing some. Okay, enjoy. So it'd be cool. I don't know if Ninja Bunny 9000 is doing this, probably, but it'd be cool, Chris, if you had a you just live streamed yourself walking around the convention. That'd be cool. Then I could raid you, and you can have like a bunch of people just watching the convention. If Ninja Bunny 9000 is doing that, I might raid her later. Don't know how to do this, because these will both be true. Oh, I think I know how to do it. It gets in here when it's marked dirty, right? Update tile for cameras, yeah. I remember this. Yeah, it's if it's a dirty entity. So we can do this by like when it's set, if the gone flag changes, we can mark it dirty. There we go. I like that idea. Hate spam callers to do that too. Well, actually I would prefer that they identify themselves some way so that I don't have to answer it. So I'm sort of in a weird way, I'm grateful when they use a lazy tactic. So I'm like, oh, it's obviously a robocall. I won't answer it. What I hate is the ones that are like, they look like they might be a doctor or something. And so like, I have to answer that because, you know, it's hard to get a hold of them as it is. And then when it's not, it's just so frustrating. The place where we would do this is set entity component of type, right? Yeah, here we go. We mark it touched. We always mark it touched, so wait, why would it not be moved then? Let me see. Yeah, it should have done that. Hold on, then I don't understand. Why did it not go back? Come on. Why did it not get marked dirty? Let's go here and just see if it's marked dirty or not. Both of them should have been marked dirty by these calls. So something went wrong. They did not get marked dirty. Ooh. Why not? It would be in here. That would be the reason why not, right? Let's go here and see what happened. Debug, please. Okay. Step in, please. Okay, it's adding it. So what did I do wrong? What did I do? I should have kept the breakpoint around. Update tile. This one. Yeah, why is it 0 now? Let's restart. Actually, that's going to happen a lot, so let me skip that. Let's see what it is at this point. Make sure to break all the things. New to coding, any plugins you recommend? If you're using VS Code, then check out the extensions I use. For C++, you definitely want to get that extension. And depending on what build system you like, make sure you get a plugin that matches it. So if you use CMake like I do, I'm in a vast minority of users though. But if you happen to use CMake, then the CMake tools is really awesome. And if you happen to use Google Test, then this plus Test Explorer UI, this one, are really nice. So I have those listed there in that link. A couple other ones, right? The debugger for Chrome, if you're doing web dev, is really useful for some people. I don't use it so much because I'm okay using just the built-in developer tools in Chrome, but if you kind of want it integrated in your IDE, that's nice. What else? The Git lens is useful if you use Git and you want to see, like, in the IDE what's changing from one version to another. And, of course, Prettier is recommended if you're using any of these languages. I like rewrap for comments for things or situations where I have a long comment. So that would be like here, where let's say it's all on one line. I can just hit the shortcut for reflow or whatever, rewrap, and it just does that automatically, which is really nice. That's about it. This one that Hideo wrote is really nice. I don't use it enough, but check this out. Like, you can just put a cursor on something that is toggleable, like is in a set of things, like true, false, enabled, disabled, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and just hit a key and it just changes it for you. So I don't use that enough, actually, but I still recommend it. That's about it. Anything else that depends really if you use VS Code or not and what language you're using. You'd probably have a different set of extensions. All right, I'm trying to understand that if it got... Where are we? Debugger, where are we? Debugger. Okay, we haven't gotten to the act first. Let me get to here first. Well, thank you for that follow. Okay. Yeah, we still haven't gotten to actually changing things. Now we change it. And what are dirty entities set to? Okay, I think I had the breakpoint there too early. That's the problem. Yeah, okay, that's the problem. So it really is that the entities 2 and 3 are marked dirty. So let's follow that in here. Oh, wait, why did it skip that? Oh, if it's invalid, it will remove it. So it didn't remove it. Could see it true, can see it true. Oh, I forgot about this. What is this? What the heck is this move sprite? Do I have a comment for it? I do. Let me read the comment. Update position of the given entity announced to the camera. Oh, it's to, right, in the camera's cache. Got it. Okay. That's correct. We want to do that. Oh, wait. But it returns a Boolean. Oh, it compares positions and returns false. Okay, that's what I need to change. I need to change if the gone flag is different. That means I have to actually store that in this thing, right? Sprite positions. Position. I need to have like a gone flag in position. Okay. I use that position structure everywhere, though. I guess that's what I want to change, though, right? Because it's moved if its position changes, and having it flip in and out of reality is a move, so sure. Well, let's just bite the bullet and say, hey there, HibDev. Any idea how to get your Twitch user ID? Yep, it's pretty easy. Let me show you. How do I show you without revealing personal info, though? I can show you through, what's the easiest? If you're a developer, it's really, I know there's several ways. If you're a non-developer, it's a little bit trickier. Okay, I'll just do the, if you can do a little bit of API or JavaScript, then this is what you would do. You would, I'm gonna go to the Twitch docs to show you. You can do? Okay, great. So it's in the APIs, and I would just use v5 because it gives you a little bit more info. So there is a user's endpoint, and it's called get user. And where is maybe it's users. There we go. So here's the example. You would do api.twitch.tv kraken/users question mark login equals and then your name, and then the response would include this ID field, and that's your Twitch ID. The other way is if you are if you look at the raw message, the raw protocol, the Twitch chatbot, the Twitch IRC, they kind of show you this somewhere in here as an example. Where would they show that? Tags. For private message, they have I think it's all in badges. Right. Within badges, do they have an example here? Yeah. They have a user-ID, and that is your user ID. That's the user ID of the chat. So you would just capture your own chat in the Twitch IRC, and then your user ID pops up there for every single message you send. Kraken users. Isn't that the endpoint that we were just looking at? Or is that different? The user's endpoint, right? Why are we in migration guide? Get users, here we go. I thought that you had to do question mark login equals. You're saying you can just do slash? See, that's what's wrong with these docs. I didn't know that. Well, I put in, I just follow their documentation and I do that. I didn't know that you could do it the other way. With this way, you can query up to 100 at a time, though. Like, so if you wanted to look up the IDs of like 15 different users, you could just repeat the login equals and just chain it. Hold on, did I miss something else? No wonder I couldn't see your text. You fell asleep last night watching anime and you came home to Raimu. That's efficient. How did that happen? Crumpet, and hello. No client ID specified error. Oh, yeah. You have to have a Twitch app client ID to use this endpoint. But it's not too hard to get. So they talk about that in the top of this guide, I think. getting a client ID. So you register an app, which is no more than saying like giving it a name and then saying it's owned by you, and then you get back a client ID. So it's no big deal. I would just do that. If you're going to use Twitch APIs programmatically, I would just do that, like, just to get set up. And, hey, Adam is raiding me. I'm being raided. I'm hardly ever raided by Adam. I usually get hosted. Well, welcome, raiders. I was just answering a viewer's question about how you'd find your Twitch ID, and yeah, we were talking about the user's endpoint, where you can just use this API and you can get all sorts of information, not just your user ID, but also it tells you when your account was created at. So hopefully that helps. And I'm getting a lot of chat now. Yeah, so let me talk about what I do, for those who haven't seen this before. I'm working on this game. It's called Omnia, Regna, and it's a multiplayer version of the Ultima games, if you ever have played those. Really old games. I liked playing them when I was growing up, so I'm making my own version of that. So here's an NPC named Bob, for example. He's wandering around in this test area. And the latest feature I was working on is showing where players who aren't playing right now, who are logged out, where they would pop into the world if they logged in. And these little ghost icons are showing where they will pop in. But what's missing right now is I can't click on there and see who it is. So I'm trying to add that to the game. And I'm doing that so that I can migrate users out. Let's say I want to remove this zone of the world, and I just want to, you know, not get all these users lost in the emptiness of the void after I delete, because I can start deleting this like this. Now the world is disappearing, right? And say I did that, and then this unlucky person there logged in. They'd be stuck in that hole, right? So I want a way to migrate users out of zones I'm removing, and so first step is to be able to see them, and then once I can see them, I can do what I can do with Bob here. I can move him around. I could even transport him to another zone if I wanted. I could take him into the cavern, right? And there's Bob. He's now in the cavern. Or I can take him back out here and plop, he's back there. So that's what I'm working on today. Nice to put a face to the tag. Caption, is it capped? I'll just say capped. How are you doing? And thank you for all the follows, by the way. Yeah, so I'm working on that feature. I should probably repair the hole I have in this world right now. And yeah, so in the game I'm making, I can edit the world live. That's a big thing, because when I get the engine part of my game done, I want to have people be playing while I'm editing the world, and that's just kind of a thing. We'll do that live on stream. I'll be developing game content live and let people interact at the same time. So we haven't gotten that far yet, because I'm kind of different from most game devs in that I'm making my own engine, not using the existing engine, so it's slower. The graphics aren't as pretty. I know though Bob's being haunted. Anyway, and a lot of the work that I do in developing the engine is not so much game dev. It's internal stuff in the server. So this is being a multiplayer game. What you're seeing in the web browser is the front end of the game. It's just showing you what the game server wants you to see, and all the controls for like moving around in the world are requests of the server to actually move you. What actually does all runs the game and handles requests to move and attack and talk and search and all that stuff is the backend server, and that's running on the cloud and in Amazon Web Services. Unless I'm testing at my local test environment, that's running on my local machine. And between the backend and the front end web client is WebSockets. So if I show you this window and then I refresh, you'll see it opens WebSockets, and any one of these I can click on. And actually, let me find the one that's showing me the game graphics. Here we go. So this initial message from the server is listing all 293 tiles that are showing right now, And then whenever Bob there moves around, we get a move sprite command from the server saying, move 30 to a different spot on the screen. And then if I move the camera, there's a special message called a sprite shift, where it says move the Y axis by 1, and then it lists all of the new sprites. Usually that's if I move up, it's the range of tiles you couldn't see before because they were off screen, so here they all are. And then old sprites is if we need to drop anything that we can't see anymore. Actually, it's interesting that it was empty, because it should have dropped the sprites from the bottom. Interesting. I think I got bugs in this system that it didn't drop the sprites that dropped off the bottom like that when it should have. I wonder if that's a memory leak that I've been trying to track down before. Anyway, that's the gist. That you hopefully, if you don't understand something, you can ask me. I have questions for different things. I like to have a daily plan, and it's always, you know, kind of like working on a statue with a microscope. I'm going to be focusing on one specific thing every day. So like yesterday was refactoring, and I also tried to fix the point system in my game. And today it's removing this default zone, so being able to see logged out players so that I can evict them. And I'm also going to try to do some data migration at the same time. But yeah, this first step I'm still on is trying to identify players that are not present in the not logged in. These ghosts, in other words. So because they're not identified the same way Bob is, like in an entity list, if I click on these, the only entity I see is the tile underneath them. So I'm working to change that right now, essentially. This game has some RPG WO vibes. Well, I don't know about that, but the I guess the closest games that I know about would be Realm of the Mad God or perhaps RuneScape. But this is way, way less graphics than those, right? This is a lot simpler. The editor is super cool. Yeah, the editor is actually the same front-end client as normal players would use. It just has extra tabs that are available only to the game master. And to be the game master, you have to have the cryptographic key and sign in with that. So try to keep things secure. Yeah, it's a custom game engine. The problem with a custom game engine, it takes you a lot longer to make a game. So I've been doing this for about a year, and I probably have a couple more years to have a complete game. I hope to get the engine working enough by the end of the year that we can actually focus more on game content and story. But I don't know, it's going to be tough. You can see Bob moving around off screen. Yeah, so I think there's some bugs in that the rendering system is telling us about things that aren't visible. Is there an RPG I had in mind when I started working on this? Yeah, it was the Ultima, specifically like Ultima 4 or 5. So if you look at my code journey link there, that brings you to this, and then boom, I have like a screenshot of Ultima 4 there. I was a kid when this came out, and it was super fun. I played it every single day, and it's part of how I became got into computers, into computer games. So I've always wanted to kind of make my own version of that. And maybe it's nostalgia factor, or I also try to think of it as keeping the graphics simple makes it easier for me as a solo developer. But yeah, I kind of stuck to that desire of wanting to make my own version of that. Obviously with my own stories and stuff like that. Angband, yes, that's another one that I've heard is similar to this. Or Tales, Tome, T-O-M-E. It looks kind of like this too, but it's turn-based, and as far as I know, it's single player. Yes. Okay, I think I'm caught up to chat, but if I don't see chat, then feel free to tag me in with the @Ramo8354, and I will see your message and try to respond. Or one of my regulars will answer with a command or an answer. Let's see. So I'm right now looking through the microscope of just looking at out of like tens of thousands of lines of code I have. I can only show like 30 or so at a time. What we're looking at here is the way I track what positions in the world, like whether we've seen this fountain or this bridge or this tree here. We keep that in a cache of objects that that are tracked by position And what's missing is whether or not they're gone. Like, these ghosts aren't actually in the game, but we want to show that they will be if the person connected to them logs in. So I was going to add that here. This flag indicates whether or not the entity is currently not in the game, but would be if the linked player, the associated player, were to log in. So that's bool gone false. Oh, thank you, Lewis. Reminds you of ECS DOTS stuff? Oh yeah, I am using an entity component system, but I'm not an expert at entity component systems. So earlier this year, I kind of just searched a bunch. I just Google searched entity component system and looked at a variety of different ways it's done. And then I kind of like let that information sink in and tried to decide, well, what does it mean to me? And this is what I came up with right here. So to me, what makes the most sense, and this may or may not work for you or other game engines or other games, but I like to split things along 3 dimensions, so to speak, that you have things which have identity. So a player, a character, a tree, a sword, a lightning strike, you name it, right, is an identity. And it is separated from the variables that give it attributes, and also the code that would control what happens to it and how it impacts other things. So when you remove the data in the code, it's really it's an ID, it's a number, right? So that's what an entity is. It's just a number. Easy peasy, right? And then you attach data to entities by creating components, and each component has a tag attached to it saying, well, which entity number. So for example, I could show you in the game scripts give sword. When we create a sword, we're actually creating an entity and attaching 2 components to it, an item component and a tile component. The tile component says how to draw the thing in the world. It says draw from this tile set, this tile ID, and that's how you're going to draw it. But then the concept of it being an item in the game that you could pick up and use, that's this item component. And right now, all of my components are just expressed as JSON objects, just JavaScript simple object notation, I think. So it's sort of a flexible data structure where you can have strings and numbers and true, false, and all that stuff. So an item has all these attributes. And I have these abbreviated just to keep the strings short. But it's like, here's the name of the item. Here's the type of the item. If it's a weapon, then here's the number of dice you roll for damage, and here's which die. So it's like a 1d8 plus 3 for the damage bonus, right? I mean, roughly using Dungeons and Dragons kind of rules. And then here's the 2 hit bonus, and then quantity and max quantity if you could stack the item. So all the things you would expect an item to have would be here. Some other things in the game, like Bob. Bob has different components. So Bob is an NPC, so have an NPC component where I hold things like his movement cooldown, like what time is he allowed to move again, and then can we attack him or not? I don't want to kill Bob, so I marked him not attackable, etc. Things that Bob would share with this tree would be stuff like position and tile. Both Bob and the tree have a position in the game, and they have to be drawn, so they both have tiles. But what Bob has that the tree doesn't are things like NPC and dialogue and capabilities. The tree doesn't have that. Trees are simpler components or entities that just have positions and tiles, and that's it. Most background stuff will just have, a position means it's in the game somewhere that you can see it, and a tile is how would you see it. They showed a brief demonstration of them editing a multiplayer game and having changes reflected immediately. Yeah, so the way I designed it is like when I'm being subbed to. Thank you for that subscription, Cap. Yes, the way I designed it is when Bob moves, or if I decide to destroy something in the world, it's the same kind of thing, it's just different data. So Bob moves, the data is that the game should change Bob's position component. Y coordinate goes from 8 to 7, and then Bob moves up, right? When I destroy a thing in the world, it's just a different action or command saying, hey game, please destroy the entity at that position. All of this stuff gets filtered through the game just a list of change commands. I call them journal entries or commands in different words, but it's all the same. So it's sort of built in that I can edit the world using the same system that players and player characters, and I mean NPCs and other things can affect the world as well. It's all the same mechanism, and that way I don't have to have a separate set of tools for making the world and then have to sort of import it into here. I can just do it live. It has its downsides though. So for example, let me flip to the real game. So this is the one you could log into now. In fact, we have someone playing there now. I don't like to have people's names show up and the chat won't work until we make sure that you're not a bot or a troll. So don't take it personally, but if player 421 who's connected to the game right now were to move, we'd see it, and I can actually also click on and figure out stuff about them, like what items they have. They had nothing in their inventory right now, stuff like that. And where was I going with this? Oh, the downside, right? So I did this the other day, and this is going to happen when I add more game content, right? Let's say I'm adding a treasure vault here, and I put treasure here, and this is mostly to taunt viewers, but I had to make sure I put this rock in the way, because the moment I start digging out a new area of the game, inevitably some player is going to be coming up here and like trying to escape the world or trying to grab the treasure before I'm done placing it. So I got to be careful, like place obstacles first before I start building out areas. Inevitably, I'm going to screw up, and some player's going to get into an area that went into an area before it's done, and in that I'm prepared to do stuff like like I can with this NPC. If let's say he got in there and like, oh, what are you doing in there? I can teleport him back out pretty easily. So it's not that hard to do. I just have to build in those safeguards, kind of like was it Ultima Online? The one of the creators of the game, Richard Garriott, had a character in game, and through some kind of exploit, some other player killed his character while he was doing a world event, and it wasn't supposed to happen. So that's inevitably gonna happen to me too, and I think I just have to take it in stride and go with it. So yeah, let's go back to the test area, the local host, and let me continue working on this. What am I working on? You already, thank you TS Just for doing the command there. There we go. I don't have a commands thing. Oh, I'm getting another subscription. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Cashews. Thank you for your support. I very much appreciate it. We will break out of your cage soon. Yes, that's where you become Lord British. Only 10 days of VODs? No, I got more VODs. Check out the I've recorded every single except for one stream that I did, and I export them to YouTube because after 10 days Twitch deletes the VODs. So before they get deleted, I export them to YouTube. So if you wanted to see, you could match up what I've done in the past to a VOD on YouTube. Like, since I've done the engine from basically scratch, if you wanted to go way back, you could see how I did the actual WebSocket stuff, for example. I implemented WebSockets myself somewhere back here. I don't know. Here, this is web server, so we'll be here we go, WebSockets. So if you went to YouTube stream 29, you would see me implement WebSockets. I basically pulled out the RFC, the WebSocket protocol, and I just wrote the code to make it work. It was fun. I love doing this kind of stuff. So yeah, we're on stream 257. A lot of stuff has happened before, and so it's like over 1,000 hours at this point. I would not recommend watching them all, so if you wanted a condensed version, I have some recap videos that no one has linked yet, so I'll link it too right now. So if you didn't want to watch all 1,000 hours, but you think this is kind of cool, you can. I made some recap videos, and I'm a little behind schedule. I didn't do the one for August, and I'm going to have to do August and September soon to catch up. Those are meant to catch you up and you don't have to watch like hours and hours of stuff to see what you missed. Will you be able to get as many points here as Tim Bidet? Maybe. Doing roguelike using ECS? Well, just remember, Dr. Cashew, I didn't know anything about entity component system until I just searched on Google, and I like through trial and error I kind of came up with what works for me. Oh, I forgot to finish this explanation, right? I talked about entity and component. So the third component, the part of this that's really important is the where do you put the code where how things interact, and that's what I came to decide is appropriate for the S in ECS is the systems. So you try to keep all the data out of the systems. The systems are like pure functions, and they're just told, like, for example, the movement system says, hey, movement system, decide if this orc should move. And the system has to look at the orc, his data, and see, well, is he ready to move? Is he aggroed onto some other target? You know, that kind of stuff. And because that code is going to change a lot, and the data too, I try to keep that pretty fluid. So even though the back end of the game server is in C++, the game systems themselves start out in Lua. So I was showing that earlier, right? So like I showed the give sword script, which is really simple and fits on one page. The combat system is a lot more, but it's also in Lua script, so that I can tweak this and until I'm really happy with it, and then port it to C++ for extra performance. So yeah, the game systems are a collection of Lua scripts right now. Some of them are also C++, but mostly Lua. And I will be editing that live as well. Did I implement WebSockets in C++? Yes, I did. You can find it on my GitHub. So if we go there right now, let me make sure that I don't leak any personal info. I should be able to, yeah. There we go. Here's my WebSocket implementation. So it's complete with unit tests. Isn't that cool? I got unit tests. Look at all this. But yeah, this is super fun to write. And it's open source. I think it is, what did I pick? I picked the MIT license, so there you go. You can use it if you want. One downside of the code that I write, though, is I tend to have a lot of dependencies. So, for example, that WebSockets thing, if I showed you the dependency tree for that, it might be a little discouraging. Because it's like, you can't just download my WebSocket stuff. You also need my base64, my hash functions, my web server stuff, abstractions for the operating system, and UTF-8. And in the past, that's been trouble for people. So what I might do in the future is take some of the more popular things I write, like WebSockets, and try to write it, try to remove these dependencies if I can. Or maybe just bake them in some way to make it more convenient. Can't use Kraken anymore. It has to be Helix. No, you can use Kraken still. There are certain things you can't do in Helix that you have to do in Kraken. Like, you can't look up how old an account is anymore in Helix. I posted that on Twitch Developer Forum. It's been 32 days and no one's answered it. And I talked to a couple other Twitch API developer, not working for Twitch, but people who use the Twitch API, and the consensus is Kraken's not going away anytime soon, because Helix is nowhere near done. And people know that there's stuff missing, so they have to go back to Kraken for some things. Thank you for all those follows, by the way. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's go back to this. So when I'm caching where things are, I also want to cache whether or not they are in the game or not. So they exist, but they're not in the game. I should say this more clearly. Currently not in the game. Exists in the world, but is withheld from interaction with game systems, or from interaction, game system, logic, etc. I think we'll just leave it at that. Or we can say, for example, actually, I just realized something. This is one position, not an entity in a position, so this might not work for what I wanted to use it for. it won't work. I need to update this thing. This is a map from entities to positions. I need to actually use something else here. Didn't I have another structure like position plus something? Entity with depth. I think I need to make something new, and I'll move this to that. Yeah. Let me just take position. Well, yeah, let's just take position and duplicate it. Yeah, because it has to be some kind of structure. We can say, let's just make it custom. So, going back to where I'm using it, we can call it a sprite position. That would make sense, right? Sprite position. And then that is this one. Okay, I can delete this then, like it was never there, and then call this one sprite position. And it's not used as a key, so I actually don't need the comparator, do I? Yay, I can get rid of it. Actually, I need the quality, though, because I use that. I don't need the ordering, though. Let's change that. There. It's not used as a key. Okay, this holds information about a sprite that has been announced to a camera. This is the horizontal coordinate of the sprite, actually. Let's say position information. This flag indicates whether or not the sprite is currently not... Okay, that's double logic, isn't it? Indicates whether or not this sprite is currently... I just delete this part. Currently withheld from interaction? Yeah, I think I will. Sprite is currently withheld from interaction, game logic, etc. For example, the sprite could represent a player who is currently... Thank you for that follow, by the way. Not logged in. Okay. So where I use position, I should probably just call it sprite. Or just say sprite position. Or just use the name, right? Wouldn't that make more sense? There we go. Unfortunately, like, the rewrap doesn't work for that. It wants to do that, so I have to do this manually. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Oh, getting a lot of follows. I appreciate it. I don't call out the names of followers, though, because some people don't like that. If you want me to, just chat, and I will say hi. Thank you for that follow again. Okay. Fixing all the things. And that includes being very pedantic about the rewrapping. Okay. So I'm going to need to find where these methods are implemented and kind of duplicate them. Go to definition. This one. There we go. I'm going to want to copy a couple of these, right? These ones? Hey there, Chris. Oh, I forgot to wave at you, and you said you were talking about the Kraken Helix thing before. How are you doing? Yeah, I just I was like when I was watching Twitch years ago, like I would always get I would hesitate to hit the follow button because I'm like I don't want them to call me out. And if I ever am a streamer, I'm not going to call people out. And then when I became a streamer, I call people out, and then I start feeling guilty that I'm like, you know, I told myself before I would never do that, and here I am doing it. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop doing that and just only call people out if they want to be, and that would be by saying hi. Okay, we're not sorting these. Yeah. I want to respect the lurkers who want to follow. And, you know, there's a little bit of compromise because there's the on-screen notification, but I figure that's fine because um, it's not too much attention to the name so much. I don't know. Trying to compromise. I want to reward people for doing it, but I don't want them to feel uncomfortable. Okay, that should work for. Okay, I don't need to look at this anymore. That should work for this guy, and then I'm using it. Let's just search. That's the easiest way to find it. It's Wait a minute. How come I'm not finding? Oh, because it's in here. Right here. Sprite positions by entity. So wherever this is, ooh, that's in a lot of places. I'm gonna have to potentially modify all of these places. That's fine. VS Code is the best. I like it because I can jump over to my MacBook and it's the same experience. And I can even go on a Linux box and it's mostly the same experience. That's why I use VS Code these days. I used Visual Studio for years and years, and I still have to jump back to it for like the debugging tools sometimes. And also, I haven't gotten the VS Code working very well with C# and .NET stuff. So I jump back to Visual Studio when I do Windows apps. I do have a Mac. Do you know why I have a Mac? Because I had such bad experiences with Windows laptops. And then I got my first Mac, and it was like, wow, this is like night and day. No problems with my Mac. So I also thought to myself, you know, I want to be adept. If I ever am thrown into a position where I need to have skills with a Mac, then I at least can stay minimally proficient. Same thing, Programmer D. And hi, by the way. How are you doing? Yeah. And that's also why I have a Linux box. I want to be adept at all three of the, top in OSs, just so I don't feel like crippled when I have to use it. Coding on your Mac is amazing. Second job had a Mac for coding. You loved it, but now you're back on Windows. Yeah, I have one of my best friends flipped Mac, and he doesn't do Windows anymore. He loves it. I have problems with some things on the Mac though, so I'm not ready to sever the cord to all the other OSs. Also, yeah, like I said, just saying, I want to keep at least I want to be in shape, so to speak, for Windows, Linux, and Mac. Okay, what am I doing? I don't need to modify this. This needs to change though. So this is a sprite position. Oh, I need to modify the initializer list constructor to include the gone flag. And so I need that in here, right? Bool gone. I wonder if we can default. No, I'm not going to default it. That would be a bad idea. That'd be asking for trouble. And then why would this be it's in two maps. Okay, well, that means we need to have two of these. A position and a sprite position. One has the gone flag and the other one doesn't. Like that. Cool. TS Jost is the best OS. Ha ha ha. Good one. Windows backbone of VMs or anything else? I tried the VMs approach for a while and it worked okay. But I always got the sense that it wasn't as fast enough as on the real metal. Using Ubuntu is better. Is it better than anything else? I think it's subjective. I switched from Ubuntu to Mint, and I love that because it gave me the choice of window manager, which I really liked. So I switched to XFCE, and I love it. I love how minimal it is. But yeah, whatever works for you. I think with Linux, that's one of the strengths of Linux is that you can customize the heck out of it, including picking whatever distribution strikes your fancy, really. Move sprite. Yes, so we're going to have to enhance this as well, aren't we? We're going to find the entity. We're going to need to make both position and sprite position. Sprite positions, that will compare with this one. Sprites by position will find... Oh, I guess I need to make it convertible. Because this is converting from a sprite position back to a position and using it as a key. Okay, we can do that with a special constructor. Sprite, and then this is this one. Yeah. there any places where you can write down our comments, thoughts? Yeah, so I have a GitHub that you're welcome to use for reporting issues or ideas or whatever. And there's like already like 150 something. Most of them are bugs. There's gonna be plenty of bugs because it's a new engine, right? But yeah, you got any suggestions? You can either report them there or you can report them here in chat. And there's also an in-game system. So let me show that with my incognito window. Log in. Keyboard skills. Chickens is the password in the local environment. You can just click on that, and then you click new, and then you can say suggestion. I would like a magic sword that speaks to me in a Scottish accent. Okay, thanks, bye. Okay, thanks, bye. And then report, and then it pops up. Oh, wait a minute, I can't. I have too many open. Oh, that's a bug. It shouldn't have closed it. Well, shoot. What it should have done is added another ticket, and then I see that in the game's ticketing system. Not there, but there, and then I can, you can interact with me that way. So there's lots of different ways you can file reports, suggestions, etc. A bug for the bug reports? There are some for that, yes. Of course. We have bugs in the bug reporting, and we have tests that test tests. Well, actually, I don't, but... All right, so for that to work, I'm going to need to make a typecast or a conversion constructor. Sprite position, right? Need to have another constructor that takes... Well, actually, the other way around, right? I should have... What's better, a position constructor that takes a sprite position or a sprite position cast operator? I'd rather do the cast operator, so we call that operator position const. So this will let you use a sprite position anywhere where a position is expected. So return a position equivalent to the sprite position. Return, and then just repeat this is return. You might ask me why I'm writing comments this way. The only reason I do it this way is because this is like Java doc or Doxygen. It'll allow me at some point, if I want to, run a tool over all my header files and make an API reference for myself mostly. And it'll pull like, this is the one-line description of the function, and if I look at more info, or if I focus in on what does it return, it'll give me this part. And this is how you annotate what your parameters mean. So that's the only reason I do it, really. So I might want to make an API document later for myself. Let's go to where that is declared. I need to update that because the gone flag is missing. I'm going to have problems with that, aren't I? I might change from an initializer list to something else. Or I'll make an alternative that takes the gone flag. Yeah, maybe. So anyway, this is a components. That goes there. And then we have to put components position, or no, that's within scope. I don't need to do that. So I just return position x, y with the initializer list. Easy peasy. And then, where were we in this search? Back here. That should work now. Yeah, databases run databases. Don't NVIDIA drivers usually work? They work until they don't work. Never knew about comments. Might have to go through your darn code. You mean that you might have tools that interpret comments? Yeah, that's been a thing in Java for a while. Just look up Java doc. Yeah. And Doxygen is what I'm familiar with for other languages like C and C++, but it's basically Java doc. It's the same thing. I don't like leaving this without fixing its declaration, so let me go there. We're not going to be able to because it's different now. Okay, yeah, it's essentially we're adding this gone flag to it, right? So I'm doing that. Param gone. This indicate... Actually, let's just steal the documentation that I wrote there. Because I can. Wahaha. The only one who can stop me is future Raimu, maybe. And then we're going to want it on move sprite too, so let's just copy the whole paragraph and put it on down here. Yep, and then we take that and we paste it there and everyone's happy. Okay. Looking good. There's remove sprite. Because I'm using auto, I didn't have to change anything here. So this is one of the strengths of auto. The type actually changed to be an iterator of a different kind of map. But auto is cool, although I tend to overuse it. It's like var in other programming languages. Right, I should continue searching for that, right? And see if I need to modify anything else. Actually, they're all hit there, and the rest of it's in the rendering system. Okay, here we go. It didn't like old camera for some reason. Why not? Reference of type camera reference cannot be initialized with the value of non-reference camera. What the heck? Oh, it didn't like this in the first place. Why? Declaration is incompatible. Because that's not a position? What the heck's going on? Is it just confused? Or do I... Oh, I might have a... It might be because I have a syntax error earlier up here. I think it might be this stuff. Who knows? C++ is weird. This is a problem here though, right? This needs to have gone flag. And so does this. And then down here, what do I need? What's the problem here? It thinks it's constant. Why does it think it's constant? It's not constant. I think it's just confused. What if I just build it and see what's wrong? Why do you have void the start of erase lines? I have a command for that. I got into the habit when we were using lint at my last job. This will do two things. It will quiet lint if it's configured to warn you about not using return values. And I use it when I read my own code to remember that, oh yeah, insert does return something, and I am choosing explicitly not to do anything with it. So most people would just do that, and then they might not remember that insert actually has a return value. Because sometimes it's a bug if you don't use a return value. If the return value is an error code, for example, then you might be forgetting to check for errors. So I happen to know that insert just tells you if the insert happened or not, and logically I know it will happen because it wasn't in there before, so I don't need to check the return value. So the void is sort of like a stamp saying, I have reviewed this and I do not need the return value. I'm sure Tim would know that already. Tim's pretty good at C++. He might not do it just because it's just a personal preference thing, right? You might just have memorized the fact that insert returns something you usually don't care about, and like, okay, we don't need to do that, right? I think it's more important when you're calling things that have return values like that tell you if there's an error or not, and you're saying, yes, we either don't care if it errors or not, or we know for sure it won't error, so we don't need to check it. He puts void in function calls that have no parameters, though? Oh, you mean like int foo void, like that? Like that? That's the old style. I think it's also personal preference because you can either do that or that, and there's no difference in the code. If that's what you meant by void in function calls that have no parameters. to me, like if the parentheses are empty, it's obvious that you have no parameters. So the void doesn't really add much. Or declarations. Yeah. You can call the operator like, oh yeah, you can. I do that when I look up my position indexes a lot. What is it? Operator. Oh, maybe it's not here. Yeah, I do this like there. Okay, that's commented out, so it's hard to see. Here we go. The reason I do that mostly is because we have to dereference and index at the same time. And the alternative would be something like you have to dereference it inside of parentheses, and then you could use the brackets, right? So again, I kind of say, which one of these two would I rather look at? I don't like that so much because parentheses to me kind of makes it more confusing to read. Whereas this is more expensive in that I have to have extra, the word operator there. And technically I still have the parentheses, but the parentheses are closer together and so my eye skips over them. I'm okay with this though because it reads to me easier left to right. We start with shared, we dereference it to find logkeeper, then we dereference it and use the index operator with I. Whereas this one you have to kind of read it inside out. You have to go here, say, okay, we have the logkeeper, then we dereference it, and then we go back to reading left to right again, we're indexing it. So again, personal preference. Your way is better. But it does make it look interesting, right? And you can, a lot of people don't know, you can invoke operators explicitly as functions like that. Yep. And what was I doing here? Oh, I had put in that foo thing to explain something. Okay, I think I was searching for, actually I had built it, and I wanted to look at the errors. Right, so we'll fill in the missing things here. We have the gone flag, so let's do it where we need it. And then what's the next error? Another gone flag. These are easy to fix. Operator position, probably because I do need to scope that after all. That's my guess. I like that index on pointers is just a shorthand for pointer arithmetics. Yeah. That's all indexing really is when you get down to the machine, right? An index is taking a position in memory and then adding to that position and then doing a fetch. So they're just different ways of saying the same thing, really. At the machine level, where it gets different is where the index operator is not just adding to a position, where if it's actually fetching from a complicated data structure like a dictionary, then the index is not the same, right? Hey there, Mike. Them numbers? I was rated by Adam13531. That's why we have so many people here. So he's a great streamer. You should check out his game. He launched it, I would have to say 3 days ago at this point, right? It's Friday. Yeah, he released it on Tuesday. Yeah. So you should check it out if you haven't seen Botland before. And Mike in Principle is also a great streamer. You should check out his stream. He recently made a game called Thrusty Ship, which I think is it went basically under the radar. Not many people know about it. If they did, I think he would have had a lot more sales. So I would recommend his game Thrusty Ship if you like games that really challenge you to perfect a motion game. So you're navigating a ship through a level, and there's gravity, and there's other effects, and the push to perfection can make you rage quit. So I think Mike calls his game like a rage quit inducing game, but I think it's pretty fun. I think if you play it without the serious push to perfection, that you'd like it. If you like the a more traditional what would you call it? Arcade game where you're moving a ship around in a maze, that kind of thing. Is Descent maybe a similar kind of game to that? I know Mike is very open and honest and frank, and I appreciate that. And I know that's not a great sales pitch, but it's my best attempt today. But maybe I accomplished at least one thing, is that people think, maybe I should check out that link and click it. Sometimes, Mike, that's all it takes, is you need to just tell people something exists, and they're like, if I knew that Thrusty's ship was out there, I would have been playing it since launch. Oh, you're referring to yours. Oh, if you like pain. Yeah, I think it gets painful if you demand perfection of yourself, because Mike's game is terribly brutal on that. It will challenge you, like, you will have to play it hundreds and hundreds of hours to get good enough to perfect his levels. So, and he's got lots of built-in mechanics that make you want to do it perfectly. That might be the combination there. If you don't take the game as seriously and you're like, I don't need to perfect this level, it's not that bad. Please don't buy my game. Do something productive instead. Yeah, you're right, Toulouse. But I didn't see that at first. Okay, back to this. I needed to change this. I can't use the initializer list thing. That's going to be a problem. I bet I'll hit it on the next error, right? Oh, no, those aren't really errors. No work to do. Wait a minute, did it compile? It shouldn't have compiled. I don't believe it. I hit the wrong key. Wrong key, Raimu. I'm used to hitting Control-Shift-B to build in Visual Studio now, because I've been using that on another project I'm doing. And I have to remember, on VS Code, I have it set up for F7. Okay, it built, but I guarantee you this won't work. Because that initializer list thing isn't correct. This will never set the gone flag correctly. I guess we can see that right away in the rendering tests and just run them. We should have them all break now, or maybe some of them break. I don't know, how many of them will break? That's interesting. It didn't actually break anything but the test that we actually already had broken. I think this is the test that is sensitive to that anyway, so we're going to run into it. Should I wait to fix that or fix that now? That's the trick. I'm going to wait until I have to fix it, because that's the test-driven development model. I'm going to first focus in on that test, say it's not giving me any feedback because it thinks it didn't change. Actually, that's exactly that initializer list problem, isn't it? Where do we do that? Hold on. So let me search for sprite position again. And it's going to be in one of these that I do it. Yeah, so here we're doing the initializer list syntax, right? It's not going to work because that's one thing that's not an int. And the second thing is that constructor doesn't actually look at the third argument. So I think I'm just going to give up on initializer list and make it explicit. And so we'll do that explicitly, like that, and I'll have to make an explicit constructor. Yeah, so let's just do it here. So explicit constructor would look like this. And then I would say, well, let's name it. Okay, X. I can't make them both named X unless I guess I could do it this way. Fine, we can do it that way. That's not that big a deal. Actually, wait a minute. I don't even need to do it that way. Since it's I can use the initializer list syntax. That's even better because I can just do this. Looks kind of funny, but that works because it knows that the these can only be member variables and these can't be, or they shouldn't be. I just need to declare the dang thing. So that's this. Int x, int y, bool gone. I should probably document that. Why VS for the other project instead of VS Code? Because the other project's C# and Windows Presentation Foundation with XAML, and I don't know how to get that to work with VS Code, so I switched back to VS. New Twitch interface followers are hidden. I noticed that too today. That was bothering me. I'm wondering if BTTV will add it back. Or FrankerFaceZ will add it back. I hope so. But maybe we're all too addicted to looking at follower accounts. Maybe? Eh? Maybe follower accounts aren't the key to success in life. I don't know. It's gone entirely? No, you can still click on followers. It's just it brings you to another page and you see the number and then like the first 12 or so followers, which I don't find useful at all. I would just want the number. So yeah, I don't really understand why they would remove it unless maybe they made a conscious decision that we don't want people to focus on follower numbers anymore. You can't see who you are following. Oh, really? I didn't notice that. They removed that? What if you click the following link? Oh, it only shows you the ones that are streaming. You're right. You can't get your following list anymore. Why did they do that? That seems weird. Yeah, but you can't see the list of everyone you're following. You can only see the ones that you're following that are actually streaming, unless I don't know where it is. Used to be able to do that for other people. Yeah, exactly. Well, at least get the number. Wait a minute. You used to be able to do that for to see who other people are following. I see what you're saying. And maybe they removed that because people didn't use it so much? I don't know. Why am I even speculating? I don't know. Construct a sprite position from components. Do I even need to document this? I think I don't need to document this. This is plain enough. Okay, and then let's build again. That should, if I didn't hit everything, then the compiler will tell me. Cool. GDPR. Just here to distract. I don't have a distraction command. What would distraction command be? Would it be like a bunch of like an emote explosion or something? Gets rid of follow back culture. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Capt, that maybe the people who use it are using it for not a very wholesome reason. They're like obsessed with like, well, who is this other person following? And maybe it's just not they thought it's not very constructive and I don't know. Who knows? Run my tests again. Okay, it collapsed where my tests are. I don't like that. Open it up so I can click the button. Okay, we're still not getting anything. I should probably debug it at this point to see why we're not getting anything. It should get into here, right? We thought that it should go into this move sprite and see that it changed. Oh, I didn't update the comparison function. Betcha that's where it's happening. Let me see that. Yep, right there. Exactly. Okay. Whoops. Click it again. It's this comparison function. I did not compare the gone flag. If gone is not equal to the other gone, return false. Make a lot of noise. I don't have any sound effects on my stream. So the closest equivalent I would think would be just an emote explosion. Well, Cap, there are streams that where people have that. Like if you want to see that kind of stuff, who was it? It was how come I can't remember his name now? The one who had like a Twitch controlled light bulb that would do flashbang and like blind him. I feel bad now. I can't remember his name. But sometimes it's in the form of it does like a scare, a jump scare, or it messes with the streamer's keyboard. And like if you want to see that, that's Zeratar. Zeratar has something where if you do like !F, it actually makes his keyboard type the F key. So he'd be like typing like category, right? And instead he would see a catfagory, and he'd have to like quickly go and like remove the F, and people mess with his chat that way, and there'll be an exclamation point jump scare or something, and it would flash a jump scare on his screen and in OBS. That's the closest I can think of to like a distraction. But I don't have anything like that set up. I'm boring. Running my tests again. Did I fix it? Oh, we got something. It's just not matching. I did get 2 move sprites. They don't match though. Why? The gone flag is not included. Oh, I think I know why. I just never included it. Yeah, okay. Then we're almost done. That would be in the making the announcement. Yeah, this thing, right? Where is the information? It's not anywhere. I need to include that information then. So here, we should, I guess, put it here. Gone. And then I kind of want to only put it in this JSON object if it's true. So we'll pull that out and say message, and then we'll say auto message equals that, and then I'll add the gone flag if it's true. If gone message, and we had a special key name for this, right? Key sprite. Come on, help me out here. It's not helping me out. Oh well. I think it's because it, no, it's just IntelliSense had trouble catching up. Now it's caught up. And I just need to include it here. Gone. And try again. What VS Code extensions are recommended for general use of something like C and Python? I would recommend this. I think VS Code will pop up the suggestion for you the moment you open a .c file. This C, C++, or Visual Studio Code is the big one. And if you use like Google Test, I would recommend you pick up this Google Test Explorer, or Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer, and then the Test Explorer UI. And that's what I've been using here to like hone in on the tests that fail, and you have little convenient buttons to run your test. Hey, look, it passes now. And show the log tells you if it failed, what the errors were, that kind of thing. And you can quickly debug. This is maybe the handiest thing, because before we had this debug button, you'd have to do so many things. You have to go into this debug thing, and you'd have to go and make a launch configuration. You can see how I used to do it, right? I made the launch configurations for different things. And for tests, it was really a pain, because you'd have to tell gtest. I probably have something old in here that does this, right? Yeah, you have to have a gtest filter. I mean, this is how you used to have to do it, and it was just a pain. And now you just have a button to do it. You just have this nice little button. Isn't that button cool? Every language is going to be different, though. There's probably a Python extension that's in VS Code. Actually, let's check right now. I bet we can find one. Python. I might already have it installed. There we go. And I would generally pick one that has a lot of downloads. So the one that has 64.6 million downloads is probably the one you want for Python. Looks like I already have it installed, but I'm not using it because I'm not doing Python today. VS Code is pretty good at this search thing. Like, let's say you were doing Rust. I bet you there's a Rust plugin. There you go. And it doesn't, you have to check the download count, because usually the one that has the most downloads is at the top, but sometimes it's not. So there you go. There's extensions for probably almost everything that you need. Yeah, 64 million, maybe it sounds like a scam right now. The things you got to be careful on are the very low download, like stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. You might want to vet that. Look at it more closely first. I wouldn't just download, because if anyone could put stuff up in here, it could be malware. So you want to vet it somehow, either through popularity or through the producer. So some of these, like the C, C++, are signed by Microsoft, I think. Like they say Microsoft, and I believe it is verified somehow. Someone can't just say that they're Microsoft. So don't quote me on that, though. Thank you for the follow, by the way. All right. I think I'm passing all my tests, so that means it's time to do the front end side of this, and then we can test in the test environment. Thank you for that other follow, too. Okay, so the front end of the game, let me close everything. Actually, I can restart the back end while we're doing this. So let me restart the back end, and then I'll show you the front end, how this was done. We did this on Monday. Thank you for that other follow, by the way. Yeah, no problem, Jamel. Let me wave to you. There's my little wave. Okay, the front end of the game is player console, and it's most of this stuff is done in the stage middleware. And it had to do, I had this function called update ghosts. Right? And this one looped through all the players to get their positions, and then they used that to add a ghost sprite. Actually, where do we add the ghost sprites? How come I don't see the... Oh, right down here. Why did I have a line break there? That screwed me up, this line break. Anyway, we would create ghost sprites, or remove them, or... Why do I have to do? It's not to do anymore. Let me clean this up a little bit. We did those to do things. Yeah, we either add or destroy or move a ghost if the player logged out player's position changed. So we're gonna have to change this. Are you developing on Linux, or why do you prefer VS Code over full-fledged VS? I got a nice command for that. It's mostly because I want to get... I want to keep the familiarity and the keybinds and the experience the same when I go between Windows, Mac, and Linux. And I do stuff on Linux, but I'm so used to doing stuff on Windows. What I try to do these days is I make the stuff like the game server that's running here, it builds for both. So I will develop it in pieces and unit tests, and then assemble the game server and run it all locally on my Windows box. And then there's a little bit more work, but not much, to make it build on Linux. And I use Linux when I run the production server in the cloud, because it's AWS and they have a nice Linux image, and, you know, why not? Linux is good for servers anyway, right? It's pretty responsive and all that. So usually what I just do is I verify I can build it on Windows, then I boot up my Linux box, and I remote control in there, and I have it fetch all the code, and then I do the same CMake build system there. What's the best way to show that? There's really no way to show it. Well, I guess I can show it this way. The same Ninja build system that's made for me on Windows is made for me on Linux, because I have CMake on Linux too, and I just build it. And the additional work would come from, yeah, fetch the code, build it, and then there's sometimes you get a compiler error because GCC or Clang or whatever you use on Linux might not exactly agree with all of the language features as Visual Studio. Like that emergency key, that's when my dog barks. Yeah, so there's slight differences between compilers, and so I'll get like a Linux-specific compiler error. Like here's one that you can, guaranteed you'll get this if you switch from Windows to Linux. Let's say just any random file here, right? If you change the capitalization like that, it will still build on Windows just fine, because Windows doesn't care about capitalization. Built just fine, right? If I build this on Windows, on Linux, it's going to say, I don't know what the heck you're asking me to include, but there is no such file. So I will sometimes run into stuff like that where it just won't build for Linux because of some difference. You can use Clang on Windows and Visual Studio Code, sure. In fact, that's one of the kits I could pick here if I wanted, because this one's a Cygwin one. There's different builds of it, but they'll run into things that won't work on Linux, things like the capitalization, and you just have to fix them. But I only run into a very few number of those. So for the most part, I get everything working on Windows, and then it's just a little bit of work to get it running on Linux, and then I'm done. And then the same thing on Mac too. If I'm like on travel or going to a meeting, I'll load all this stuff, the front end and the back end and all this stuff on my MacBook, and I'll run into something like, oh, on the Mac, something's different with the compiler, and I'll have to fix it. But then usually it's only like a few minutes, and then I'm back up and running. Okay, so we're seeing characters now that are logged out and the ghost on top of them. That means that's because the front end system is not up to date. So what I think I need to do now is just remove all this code that I wrote to handle these ghosts. Where were we? All this stuff, because I don't technically need it anymore because we actually do see the players. The difference is that if the player is marked gone, we should not draw their nameplate or their avatar. We should just draw the ghost instead. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just gonna wipe out the update ghost completely because we don't need it. Goodbye code I wrote on Monday. Don't need you anymore. Update ghosts. Don't need this. Don't need this at all. So that means I can remove reflect player added, removed, updated, and players, right? Reflect player. Yeah, I don't need these anymore. And anything else uses ghosts? Don't need the ghost map. We still want to import the ghost image because we're going to use that. Will you release the game on Steam or anything like that? It's released now. You can play it now. The goal of my stream is to evolve the game online so there's a gradual release. The problem is that right now it's very early, so I can show you the game right now. You can log into this yourself, and you'll end up here, and then you go through this door, and you'll go here, and you go through that door, and you end up here, and you'd be playing the production server game. It's just that there's not much you can do yet. And as I add more implementation of the engine and more game features, there'll just be more and more to play. So don't expect anything now. It's going to be a trend, like a gradual going from nothing to a game. Probably to help viewers out, like if you didn't want to have to keep checking, is it ready to play yet or not? I'll probably have certain milestones, and when I hit them, I would announce them. Like, now I think we're approaching alpha, or now we're approaching beta. You know, I use these traditional terms that you're familiar with. Or now we're approaching a release. But they'll be kind of fluid and arbitrary because it really, I think what it comes down to is what you as the viewers would feel like, is there enough of a game here now that we would call it an alpha, or we'd call it a beta, or we would call it released. And yeah, to me, it's very, very fluid. I don't really know. So yeah. Okay, if I remove the ghost stuff, which I just did I hit save? I did. So the ghosts don't show up, but now the avatars are showing up wrong. So let's fix that. Sprite added. We will get X and Y, but we'll also get a G flag now, which is short for gone. So let me give it a name, gone. And here we go. If we have to add, when we set the sprite texture, we're going to include that gone flag, I think. Yeah. Where to include it? Maybe right here. It doesn't really matter. This is doing, what is this doing? If tile. What's tile? Oh, if there's a tile identified. Actually, this is not what I want, is it? Why am I doing that? Oh, I'm storing that. I'm also using, okay, this is grandfathering in old data. I probably don't need to do this anymore. It used to be that the depth wasn't transmitted, but now it is. We just had to check to see if it wasn't, and if it wasn't, we would see, well, is it the old school avatar set? If so, set it to that, otherwise set it to that. I probably don't need that anymore. You know, why am I storing the tile set? Oh, again, this is grandfathering it in, isn't it? If it doesn't exist, we'll set it to avatars. Okay, got it. So, I bet you I don't even want to call set sprite texture. Yeah, I want to shortcut this. I don't want this gone here. I'm going to say if gone, else if tile. If it's gone, then we want to just do sprite.set texture to ghost. So let me see if that fixes that. Do we get ghost now? No, because set texture is undefined because, oh, it's probably sprite. Hold on. Wait a minute, it should have been sprite.set texture. Oh, wait a minute. We have to add it first. Oh, okay, I did this wrong. Okay, never mind. I gotta change this a little bit. I gotta do this. Else that. There we go. How can keep a database a lot of players' account? Right now, I don't have a database yet. The game is so early and young that I just keep everything in a big JSON structure. So, let me show you. I don't think I'm going to leak anything from this because it's all test environment, but I'm not sure. Stage. I'll just show you the test environment's game snapshot. Yeah, so here's part of the JSON structure that has like these are the tickets in the ticketing system. Let me scroll up to where the players are. Let's like look for Bob or something. Yeah, here we go. So here's the players, and it's just a big JSON structure. We're including like stuff like the authentication codes. This is all test stuff, so I don't care if it leaks. Yeah, I have an authenticator set up for this account. And email addresses are fake. So yeah, you can just see it's all the data I need, like what the hash of their password is, what the salt is, all the junk. What tickets they have seen, all that stuff is just stored in a big JSON structure. So as this gets bigger and harder to manage, I will transition this to a database, and this would become, the players would be a table, and each of these would be a column of the table. And some of these, like this, would have to be like a foreign key to another table, right? So there'd be some kind of schema or shape of a database that would be formed from this data structure. Yeah. What did I do for what did I do previous 20 years? Yeah, like the thank you, Nui, what the link says. That's what I did. But I've always wanted to try to make my own game, so when I got the opportunity, I decided I would do that and then stream it because mostly inspired by Adam13531. Watching his stream, I'm like, wow, I always wanted to do that. Let me do that. I'll try it out too. Didn't know we could do that. Oh, cool. Yeah. Databases are what you want for real world things when they're handling a lot of data. But if you're building something like as an experiment or just something on the early stages, you don't have to use a database. You can just use a file. And that file, use whatever format you want. I like JSON because it's extremely easy to change the shape of it. And ultimately, it's just a string of characters, so you can just save it in a file. You don't need any kind of database program or API. You just write the whole thing, right? You encode it and you write it to disk. And then you read it from disk and you decode it. All you need is a library that knows how to encode and decode JSON. I made my own, but there's also other ones out there. And then you get a very nice extensible structure that's easy to save and load from a file. There you go. Instant database. Okay, the ghosts are appearing, but they have nameplates. Maybe I want to keep the nameplates because it's kind of nice to know that that's Bob. I should be able to move Bob around now. Oh, but okay, when I moved, it reset the tile, so we need to fix that. That is move on sprite moved, right? Yeah. So this will have a gone as well. I need to make sure that it's actually present here. It might not be. Let me look. Where would I find that? Server messages. Yeah, so it's not here. We need to include it. We will do G. I'll just include it. And that's pulled from the message. Think that's okay? Yeah, that's okay. If it's not present in the message, it'll become undefined, and undefined is always false when you convert it, coerce it to a Boolean, so it should be good, because I want the default grandfathered in to be false. Yeah. I would suggest you play around with it and see, before you pick it for a future project, just try it out in a little experiment. That's what I do. Like, before I did this game, I wasn't quite sure if this is the format I wanted, so I made another game. Like, it was much smaller, and it only took me like a week or two. and it was just a silly little experiment just to try a few things out. I did that to try to figure out what I wanted to do for this entity component system stuff. I'm like, I'm not sure if this is right. Let me make like a little experimental game in a week and see if it works. And it worked out pretty well. So that's why that told me it was good enough that I could try it out in a real project. What you don't want to do is start a big project and like kind of guess at what would be good and then kind of regret it later. Thank you for that follow, by the way. All right. We're doing the move, right? Okay. Reflect, it's moved. This needs to include... Oh, wait a minute. This is in multiple places. Oh, right. This could happen. Yeah, so we need the gone flag. Oh, this is interesting. Can I use G at this point, or is it going to say it's not? This reassigns its name, right? What if we just Yeah, I'm gonna follow the convention where we keep it, right? So that this will need to remap it again. Kind of weird, but trying to keep the convention that the action has the encoded name, and we decode it. And so if I'm turning around and pretending that it's a different action, I gotta re-encode it. All right, and then we decode it to gone. And again, if we was told to move it and it didn't exist, I need to put it back in here. So gone G. Or G gone. Yeah. Did I do that right in the other place? I did not. I did it backwards. Yeah, it's a little funny, this JavaScript object notation, whatever. Actually, it's not JavaScript object notation. I forget what this is called, where you construct a JavaScript object in place and you can remap the names. I guess technically this is the name and this is the value, and if you don't have a colon, then the name and the value, the name is the same as the variable that the value is pulled from. And then when you declare it, it's I think this is called object decomposition or something, object spreading. I forget the word. I'm bad with terms and words, by the way. But it's saying that action is expected to be a JSON object with these keys in it, and when you have something like this. This is the actual key, but we want to name it that instead in our code. It's kind of a cool syntax, but it's a little difficult for me to read because it's not in C++ that I'm used to. All right, anyway, moved, right? At some point, we changed the sprite, right? No. Interesting. We just changed its coordinates. So why did it change the sprite on me? Interesting. Okay, well here, we need to fix this. Oh, actually, how am I going to know this? ID. Oh, we can just get it from here. I'll have to store it, though, in stage tiles. Yeah. Okay, so I have to be really careful about this. Destructuring, yes. Thank you. Totally not. Banned? Totally not banned? You're totally not banned, that's true. And you got a point now. And I give it to JWL, too. Destructuring, deconstructing, that sounds about right. I think it's got different names. I used to comment my code hemorrhage, but it's complicated. So I've been trying to make my code written so that you can read it and not need comments. And I'm not quite there yet. I'm trying to train myself that if I start to feel like I need to write a comment, that's the point where I should stop and refactor the code so that it's either easier to read or split up into multiple functions. So to me, needing a comment in the code is kind of like a bad thing, and so I've been avoiding it. But the where I'm not doing it correctly completely yet is I will not do the refactoring yet, and it gets complicated, like, something like this, where like I should have just written a comment because I'm not ready to refactor it yet. I don't want to do it right now. I should at least write a comment, but I haven't been doing that. So don't do what I do. Write comments. I think comments have a good place for if you should refactor it, but you don't have the time yet, or you want to do it later. A comment is a marker of explaining what's being done, so that in the future you can refactor it and get rid of the comment later. Interesting. Hold on, let me check something. Yeah, sorry about that, Lizzie. We're really sensitive to bots right now. If you feel that you're banned on incorrectly, let me know. We had an attack of bots yesterday, so we're my moderators and I are kind of sensitive to new accounts coming in. But I think I can still answer that question if it's legitimate or not. The coding on stream is slower because I'm really only putting half my mind into coding at best, because I want to reserve half of my mind to interact with chat. That's my goal. And sometimes it gets worse because my brain is shifting to 100% interacting with chat and answering questions, and then I stop coding. That's one bad thing. And then the other bad thing is sometimes I'll get in the mode where I'm only coding and not interacting with chat. So it's definitely going to be slower. At best, it will be half speed of a normal coder, because half of my time will be spent interacting with chat, because that's my goal. That's at best. And at worst, I'll either be going the same speed, but you will hate the stream because I won't interact with you, or I won't be doing any coding at all, and then you'll be like, when is this guy going to code? So expect between 0 and 50% normal coding speed. Okay, let me figure this out. Remove. Okay, I need to do. Okay, we're just taking the action and putting it in the sprite there. That should be fine, because the sprite has all the keys that we need for the action, right? Your indentation is very clean and you understand what you mean. Well, that's my goal. Yeah, it's a little controversial, right? How much to comment, how much not to comment. I think I need to either do more commenting or need to do more refactoring and cleaning it up. And I recognize I'm not perfect, so. The current file is JavaScript, right? I will flip between 4 languages: JavaScript, C++, and occasionally Lua, and even less occasionally. I mean, less often, or more infrequently. What's the right word? I'm going to do very little Python, but maybe once in a while. All right. Today I've been a lot more chatty and slow in coding. I understand that. Okay, reflect sprite added. Just less frequently. Yeah, I trip up on those words all the time. I feel like I should be updating this in some way, but was it just this? Right, this G needs to come from somewhere. Right, I need to put it in stage tiles, so I need to find, where do I do stage tiles, add, or set. There we go. Tile info has to include the gone flag. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to include it. G. Fixed. And G is not defined on line 814. I thought it was defined up here. Oh, we renamed it. Right, G gone. Oh, blazing white for a minute there, sorry. Okay, there's Bob and player 6. What happens when I'm... Okay, why is it so slow right now? Do I need to restart Chrome? I'm going to restart Chrome, because I think it crashed. Might be because I had this other window going. I think there's some problem when I run 2 copies of my game. I haven't quite figured that out yet. All right. Bob, move here. Okay, that's fixed now. So we can move Bob. And I guess the next test would be, at the risk of having two windows open, is to log in as Bob and see that it changes from a ghost to a real avatar. So, localhost, log in, chickens, log in. Oh, I logged in as the wrong account. And it'll do Bob. They're all chickens, though. Every account is password chickens in the test framework. Okay, that didn't quite work. Because I am still marked gone. Okay, I need to fix that. And then if I refresh now, it probably will fix it, right? Yeah, and then what happens if I log out? That didn't work either. All right, so I need to double check. Am I actually getting the message when the logout happens? So let me refresh that. I might as well just dock that there, and then log in here. And then when that display changes, or it should have changed, I should have gotten a message here. And so you guys can see it. Let me do that. One of these three WebSockets should have it. Is this it? Yeah, there it is. At -5.1, right? Yeah. So the gone flag is not present in there. So move sprite, but the gone is false now. We're not updating the sprite text. Oh, I know why. Okay, I figured it out. Thank you for the follow. We are handling the move sprite. Reflect sprite mood. But I don't think I'm doing anything with the gone flag here. If it changes, where am I handling this? Well, Hemorrhage, yeah, you disturbed me, but in a good way. It's my skill I'm trying to develop is to balance it with coding. And where viewers and moderators can help out is to do the commands. So like someone asked, what am I currently coding? You could either do the today command, or you can do game to like, the game command should take you to like what I'm doing today right here. And if like you want to know in a grand scale what I'm doing, that game command will take you to this overview for the game. And then once you're here, you can see, oh, well, there's other information here about like why and what the overall stream is about and how long, stuff like that. So I kind of lean on those commands a bit to answer chat. Hey, they're playing with scissors. I'm gonna be saying scissors for a long time, I'm pretty sure, instead of scissors. All right. Where am I going to handle this? I need to set the avatar image here somewhere. This is moving it, right? I guess we just compare it, right? Where do I actually save it? Oh, tile info there, yes. Oh, and I'm missing the gone flag, so we need to put it in there. So if I need to look at what it was before. Oh, this is what it was before. Right, because it has, so it should say old gone. Or was gone. Yes, this is exactly what I want. I will say if gone, else if was gone. Can I just combine these? If gone and not was gone. Else if not gone and was gone. Because in this case we're setting it, so it would be set sprite texture tiles. I need all this information. I think I stored that in the tile info. I'm just not pulling it out, so let me pull it out. I need the TS and the tile. And I have the stage. TS tile. TS tile stage sprite. Otherwise, it's not gone and it was. I had this backwards, don't I? that goes there, and here it should be a sprite.set texture ghost. There. Let's see if I got it right this time. Rimy? You're calling me Rimy? That's fine. Some people say Rimy, some people say Ramu, other people say Raimu. People I play World of Warcraft with just say Moo nowadays because it's short. Yeah, things stick with me. Scissors. I'll say skizzers because you were skizzers for long enough. Raimu. Yeah, some people say that, yeah. Situations where comments are necessary. If you think there aren't any, you're working in those areas, it's... I don't know. Comments... The problem with comments is that they are not for the machine to read, usually. They're for the humans to read. And what humans need is very complicated compared to what machines need. Yeah, so it's very controversial. I just have my own goal, which is to not need comments except for functions, and structure definitions. So I try to do this, describe what things are in there, and when I declare functions, I'll do that. And that's where I kind of want to draw the line, and any other comments would just be indicators that I need to refactor. But that's just me. Okay, did this work? I need to log in to see if it works. Log in as Bob Chickens. Yay, look. I'm no longer a ghost. And I can walk around. Look at that. And let me log out. Okay, that didn't work. I'm wondering if it's not storing it correctly. Oh, probably not, right? Yeah, I'm probably not updating the tile info anymore. Well, it should be. I should be doing a stage tile set at one point. Oh, it's not. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? This, yeah, where do we should be doing, oh no, it'll be updated in place. So I probably updated it somewhere, right? Yeah, here I do it. Okay, so that's the problem. I need to do tile info.g equals gone. It's always something little, isn't it? Do you think making projects is the best way to learn programming? Yes, I do. At least for me. Learning by doing is really works out for me. But it's not for everyone. It shouldn't have been a session problem. I think it's just I had bugs. I have bugs. And I'm kind of in a mode here with the front end where I'm just kind of tinkering until it works. Which I think is okay for user interface because the bugs are very visible when you have them. Cool. I think it's working. How long have I worked on this project? I have a how long, but we're going to get some spam from stream elements. Just ignore that. I plan to decommission or kick out stream elements soon. So just ignore stream elements for now. All right, so that's working. I need to make sure that interactions don't still exist between logged out entities and other entities in the game. So like, in fact, I think this will be a problem. If we corner a mob and put Bob there, it will be a problem, I think. Threatening you with whipping might also help with learning, but it's not the best way to learn, Riley Monkey. So I'm going to take this Bob, who's different from the NPC Bob, by the way, and I'm going to move him into the cavern where we have these fearful monsters, and let me put him here. My guess is that he'll block the slime even though he shouldn't, so let's confirm that. So let's do that. And my guess is the slime will never move now, even though it should be able to. And I need to fix that in the game systems, I think. So that would be in the script. NPC, where is it? Oh, wait, it's in the C++ game system still. It's not in Lua. So that will be under source ECS. Where is it? not script. NPC movement, here we go. There'll be a can move, right? Can they move? Is this right? There's an other entity. Oh, it's in this can. The can move iterates the position index. Yes. Okay, so here it is. We need to skip the other entity if they're gone. And I should have a test for this, probably. Am I going to? I don't know, because I think I might not be bothering to test the movement system. The NPC movement system. Yeah, I didn't even bother to test it. Don't do this at home. I'm just going to change the code without making a test. I think I'm just going to say skip it if they're gone. Actually, how would we know that they're gone? We'd have to look up their position component. Actually, access check does that, doesn't it? Yeah, we can... Oh, hold on. No, the extra checks might look at it too. Okay, I need to delve into access check, and I need to get the code that pulls the position component out. Whereas, oh, I guess we don't do that. Okay, well I can just code it. I can say, bool gone false. With entity component of type position other entity. I think I want to put these on different lines. Even though it's going to be kind of verbose. Actually, we could probably collapse that part. The parameters are int entity const JSON value component. I'm just reading off of that tooltip. And we'll... this needs to go up here. We'll say gone equals bool component realm server key position gone. Right, and then if we get down to here, if gone, return, well, if it's gone, it's continue, right? It's like it wasn't even there. Let me try that. Oh, wrong key. Wrong key. Press the wrong key bind. And that NPC, that slime is still stuck, right? So let's take a snapshot of the game. Stop the game and restart it. My goal is to see that that slime can escape that corner even though Bob is sitting there logged out. That's the goal. There's a slight problem that what if Bob logs in and the slime is right on top of him or underneath? But you can always move off of something, so I don't think it's that big of an issue. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, well, I punish myself for the wrong key, and I don't reward myself for the good key. Okay, so there we go. Is the slime going to move on top? Yep, there we go. Pass. Now, let me test when they're logged in to make sure I didn't break anything. So, we're going to log in as Bob. Now Bob should be a barrier. Now the slime should not be able to move on top of Bob. Now, unfortunately, I just have to wait to see if the slime actually moves on top of Bob, which would be a problem if I theoretically, because I'd have to wait forever. But I'm just going to count on the fact that the slime is not moving on top of Bob now, and probably won't until I log out. Right? And when I log out, now that slime can move if you wanted. Go ahead, you can do it. I believe in you, slime. I believe in you so much, I'm going to give you a name. We're going to call you... Hold on. Oh, he moved. We're going to call it... We're going to call him, or her. Him or her? We'll call him Joe. There's Joe the slime, because we like him so much. And when he's on top of Bob, you can't see him because he's on the below layer, but that's okay. And what are, you're messing things up. I'm going, oh, there's two entities there? Oh, my camera's sitting there. I don't want to delete my camera. Let's move him out of the way. There's Joe. Thank you, Joe, for helping me test. Pretty sure you just can't assume gender of slimes. That's true, MJT. Glad you pointed that out. Nui, wait a minute. Good thing I have you whitelisted. All right. Test is successful. Let me check the code in. Yeah, we've if you don't get that joke, we've had problems with some what we call low effort spam bots where they come in the channel and take the stream title and just post it in chat and then to make it look like it's a real person, and then they try to get you to click a link. It's sort of silly. They want you to go to their profile and go to some suspicious or outright dangerous link, which I believe is against Twitch terms of service. If it's not, it probably should be. So we just ban them and report them. They're not as annoying as some of the other bots, that's for sure. But yeah, we've been seeing them lately. So now there's a Sprite Gone key. Oh yeah, there is a Tim. How are you and your totals doing, Tim? Actually, you were here no, you haven't been here before today, so welcome. So you should check out Tim's channel. He's making his own game engine in C++. It's more cool than mine. Mine is sort of just a silly old retro RPG. Tim's game engine is like racing, car racing, and all that good stuff. And he's working on like a different game every couple months now with the same general theme, racing. And he's got a really cool trailer that TS Jost made, which I love watching it. It looks very, very professional, and you'll see it on Tim's channel. My game has the T word. The T word, like as in... Well, there are many T words. I don't know which T word we're talking about. But welcome, Tim. No problemo. I'm happy because I just finished this feature and now I get to commit the code. So I added an alternate structure so we can hold on to it. We can remember if something is gone or not. I do update that correctly, I hope. I can't... If there are bugs in the rendering system, they're probably going to be like some of the other ones we saw where we're getting updates when we don't need to be getting them. Should probably spend some time debugging that. Okay, so these are all including the gone flag. There's the new structures implementation of its functions. Okay, this reminds me I can remove the player positions from the subscription if I want. I think I'll just keep it in for now. It's okay if I leave it in there, even though it's not used. So put it in the sprite report if it's set. If it's set and this isn't the GM, then don't show it. That's what that says. Include it in the message. All the way, everywhere it has to be included. And again, we can see it if it's not gone, or if we're the GM, we can see it. Okay, I like that. See, I'm reviewing, sort of code reviewing my own code, just to make sure I understand what I did and am not accidentally committing something I don't want to. These are adjustments to the test, right, to add another, to make it so we can put cameras in other zones. That reminds me, the whole thing about getting rid of the default zone. I haven't even really gotten to that yet, and that was the whole goal of today. Oh, this was a fix I did yesterday. I forgot to check in. So that's separate, right? Yes. What was that fix? It wasn't that. I think I just forgot to check it in. Why did I bump the version number up? It was something post-stream yesterday. I had to re-release it for some reason. I can't remember what it was. That's bad too because... Well, I can look at the log. That's what I'll do. I'll look at the log, but I'll have to retroactively... I'll have to label it retroactively with the wrong... It'll have the wrong number in it. Hold on. Before I commit this, let me look at the history. See if it's already too late. I might have to make a branch to mark it correctly then. Well, I haven't pushed it, and this was backend only, so technically I haven't done it yet. Okay, good, good, good. I just forgot. Why did I bump it then? I didn't change anything else. There must have been some other change in there that I didn't see. Thank you for that follow, too. T. You can't say the word because it triggers Tim, but Tim's lurking and probably not paying attention to Just. Oh, now he's paying attention. Oh, shoot. Okay, what is... It's in the front end, so it's not in these files at all. So it must have been something I did here. And where could it be? It's not these changes. I don't see it. I don't remember what I did that needed to change. Oh, I remember what it was. And it was in this code that I'm removing. So this is a problem. Shoot. It was specifically where it was. There was a check here in update ghosts. Oh, it's gone because I didn't commit the change. I remember it was this thing. If position is not in player. Okay, I think I'm gonna retroactively. This is stupid, but I can do it. Let's unstage all that. Let me stash everything. Actually, don't need to stash everything. I really only need to stash that one file. But it's cleaner in Git to just stash everything. So let's fix this. We'll stash everything. Then we're going back to the last commit, but we didn't lose anything. And there will be something in here in update ghosts. There was a bug I fixed post-stream. It was the bug we could see it on the end of last stream where I couldn't move the GM camera. And it turned out to be a bug because this position was not in player. And if you do this, if you do this part with an undefined, you get that X is not a field of undefined. So I had to check in here. I think it was something like this. If player position is null, then return. Or continue. Or, return, because it's in a for each, right? I think that's the fix that goes with the version number, which is in the stash. Let me... Oh, well, I know what it is. It's just bumping this number to 2. So that's essentially what I did post-stream yesterday. So let me retroactively put that back in here and say fix bug, fix front end crash if for GM camera if player does not, or player report does not include a position. Don't attempt to show a ghost for the player. And I'll commit that and call that tag front 129.2, and then I'll do the stash pop conflict. Okay, so we have a conflict. Let's go resolve the conflict. It's in stage.js. It's that I guess I would have expected that. It's basically telling me, hey, you changed it 2 different ways. In one, you just removed the whole thing, and the other one, you just changed some lines in it. So I want the stash changes. That means I'm going to delete the whole thing. Boom. So I do add to mark that it is... Actually, I guess I can do it with git GUI, right? This will mark that it's resolved. Resolved. We've resolved the merge conflict. So we're back to this, and did I review everything? I think I did, essentially. I need to use the restroom. So after I do this check-in, I'll take a quick break. What are we saying essentially here? put I just realized I need to update the production game systems the same way I updated the test game system. I'll do that later. Handle gone entities. Change how gone entities are handled. Okay, so instead of withholding pause components that are marked gone from being included in the position indices, include them, but tell GM cameras, tell cameras whether sprites are gone or not, essentially. And do not report sprites, gone sprites, to non-GM cameras. We don't want people seeing ghosts now, right? Don't forget to drop the stash too. Yeah, it'll want to be collected by the garbage collector eventually. Actually, it might not, right? Yeah. I'll drop it in a second. I actually didn't think it would do that. That's kind of nice. I kind of like that. Isn't that kind of nice? It kept in case you need it again. Oh, nice. Alrighty. I think we're good. Get stash drop. And then collect it. And now it's gone forever. Whoa. I should push the tag too. Okay, build one more time. There's probably going to insist on... Oh, I hit the wrong key. Wrong key. Actually, and while the server's restarting anyway, it's a good opportunity to take a break. So as soon as that's done, I'll restart the server and take a break. When I come back from the break, I'll be working on getting rid of the default zone. So I can finally do that now, because I can move ghosts. Yay! Restart. Okay, I'll be right back. Textures. I said the T word. Why is the T word textures? Does that trigger some PTSD with Tim? What do you mean Dan's game? You just said what it was. All right, let's test this. I'd never had any bad experience with textures. What would be the equivalent for me? I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I'm suppressing the memory of it, whatever it is. So, I guess we're going back to the cavern, right? And there's Bob. So let me grab this. Where's our... Oh, there's Joe. Grab Joe and put him there, and he should be able to pass through Bob, because Bob's not logged in. And then we'll... There he goes. So let me log in as Bob. And then he appears, and then I put Joe back here, and he shouldn't be able to pass through, and then all will be well. Textures require UV unwrapping, yes. UV unwrapping requires being able to wrangle Blender, yes. I've had trouble with Blender myself, but I always chalked it up to just that I didn't know how to use Blender, and Blender was obviously not for everyone. It needed some training, and there's lots of YouTube videos out there, and I'm like, well, if I ever need to get good at UV unwrapping, I'll just watch a training video on it. So I guess my approach, I don't get too frustrated when things don't work, because I say, oh, it's just not working out because I'm not trained in it, and if I really care, I'll go do some training. I got stuff to work, but I didn't do anything really elaborate with Blender. Like, I don't do nearly as much stuff as like Tim or who would it be? Like Spherus or Fwiller or others that know how to use those 3D modeling tools a lot better than I do. Okay, I think we're good with not running into Bob. What if I log out? Cool. And then I should be able to move Bob if I want down to here or even back to the default zone, which I'm going to do now. If I go back to here now. There we go. So if I log in as Bob now, I should appear in the default zone. Yeah, and like, how did I get here? Oh, something else I should test is going between these two zones. It should all load correctly, right? Okay. And then logging out. I mean, we look good. Oh, one thing about this, I had been playing with the alpha level for Ghost. Maybe I just not bother with it. I think this is fine. It's gonna get really interesting. Let me show you the production game server. Because there are like so many accounts created there. Here are all the ghosts that I'm eventually gonna see once I... oh, hello, player428. How are you doing? This is the... where players currently are logged out. I haven't pushed the latest code into production, so I don't see the ghost stuff. But you can imagine if you had that many ghosts on that screen, it would be very difficult to see what's going on. So I had the thought of having the ghost thing only show up some of the time. By the way, if you log in and play my game now, at first your name won't pop up and you won't be able to do the in-game chat. We lift that restriction if you prove that you're a good player, and one of the ways of doing that is to either, if you really care about it, you can send me a DM in Discord, or if you link your account with Twitch or log in with Twitch and I see that, then since I know who you are on Twitch, I can trust you a little bit more, and if if something bad happens, then we can, there's a path of, there's a consequence, which is getting banned from the channel. So until then, like, nothing personal. If you log into my game and you can't see your name, if you instead you see a player and a number, you can still play, it's just you can't chat in the game. Not until we make sure everything's cool. Alright. I think we're all set to start removing... No, we're not. I need to make this globals thing. I forgot about that. And that part of that globals component will be where players are placed when they're created. And then we'll have a migration step to teleport everyone there. right? And then while I'm doing it, I was going to remove that, and then I can completely what is this? Move the logged out zone. Oh, right, that. Yeah, and then yeah, completely destroy the default zone only if all the other things here are done. Got it. Okay. So this globals entity component, I think what I'm going to do is just add a little button here where I'd say fetch globals, and it'll be the same as fetching anything. So like just any random number here, if I type it in, I'll get something, and I'll be able to update the globals here. So it'll just be a special kind of entity. There'll only be one of it on purpose. And I just need to make sure I never accidentally create another one of it. That would be bad if I had two global structures. So, actually, if instead of fetching by ID, I had fetch by type, entity, a component type, then I could use it for other things in the future, right? Let's just start with the button. Let's start simple. Button time. Source, views, activities panels, and this is the entities panel. And we're gonna make a button, so it means I need a prop. So yeah, so this is fetch, right? So let's do on fetch global entity, and we want that to go out to a dispatch of some kind. No argument needed. Get global entity. Okay. So get global entity is an action. It doesn't exist yet, so let's make it. Get global right here, right? Get global entity. And which middleware should handle this? Probably just game interaction, I'm guessing? Or no, admin. Hey there, Cthulhu. I am making a lot of progress. Would you like to see the progress I'm making? I will show you. Look, we can see where players, we can see who is logged out, and I can actually select them and move them around now. And when they log in, they cease to be a ghost. See me moving around, and then when I log out, they go back to being a ghost. That's what I've done so far today. And we made sure that through the game, I changed the game logic so that monsters aren't blocked by logged out players. The other thing I haven't changed is the combat system. So players should drop aggro from all monsters, and monsters should not be attacking logged out players. But I haven't done that yet. Is it playable? Yes, it's playable. It probably will have PvP at some point, yeah, but not yet. This is a very early. There's not much content yet. We're still working on the engine. So maybe check back in, I don't know, 6 to 12 months from now. Probably we'll have enough that you consider it playable. It's playable only now in the sense that we're testing early game mechanics and engine aspects, but it's not nearly done. Where's Gollum's dead body? I don't know about that, but I did name a slime because this slime helped me out earlier. Where did he go? Uh-oh. Oh, there he is. It's hard to see his nameplate. But say hello to Joe, the slime. He helped me test by, I used him to make sure that he could not step through a player that was logged in, but once the player logged out, they were able to move through where the player was. We'll be using a prediction-based multiplayer model. A little bit, because already people are seeing when they test my game that there's some lag in player position updates when they move. So there'll be some simple prediction stuff where you won't have to wait for a round-trip message from the server to know that you might not be able to walk through a wall. So it might show that you've moved even before the server confirms that you are able to move. but I haven't done any of that yet. Right now, you lag as you move. I don't know if it shows up here because it's not on a different machine. The back end, it's all on the same machine. Let's just do Bob. We like Bob today, right? It's kind of tough to show. And probably it doesn't help that I'm streaming at 20 frames per second. But occasionally there's a flicker where it looks like Bob is lagging behind the camera. And that's because the camera update and then Bob actually moving are two different messages. And it's it's a lot more noticeable on the real game server right now. And yeah, we solved that stuff like that through a prediction-based model where we told the server we want to move left. There doesn't seem to be anything in the way, so let's just predict that we'll be able to move and then show that right away and not wait for the server to tell us so. What a slime. Should we feed him for being so helpful? I guess I could buff him. How many hit... Do I have hit points in the test environment? I don't even think I had the concept of hit points. Oh, here we go. Here, now he'll be 400 hit points. There, he now has 400 hit points. You will not be able to kill Joe very easily. All in the test environment, though. How long have you been working on this? About a year. Please excuse stream elements for bumping in, but my bot has the record. It's, November 2018. So it's almost a year to get to this point, so imagine another year where it will be hopefully a lot further along. An absolute slime, yes. Button time. I'm gonna... Where did I name the action again? Get global entity. Get global entity. So it goes in the list here. Get global entity. Global? No, global. So it's going to be right after this one, and it's sort of modeled the same way, right? With a few changes, I think. Do I need get state? I didn't need it for this either. Actually, let's just remove it. I don't need it. This is Redux middleware, by the way. Redux is a library in JavaScript you use to, if you want, it's something you can use. You don't have to, but I use it to handle, to hold on to the state for the front end of the game. So it remembers where the camera is and stuff like that. And these things called actions that you dispatch are ways that you either make state changes or you do side effects. Like in this case, it's going to be sending a message to the game or to the leader of the cluster or whatever. Actually, yeah, it's the admin who's connected to all three, so we send it to the leader specifically to avoid extra overhead. Dispatch actions, send to leader. Message, which is that type. I'm going to invent something new, so we'll need the back end to match this. I wanted to make this more versatile than just getting the global entity. I want to like have get components of type. We have get entity by ID. What if we get entities by type? Well, it's mostly getting the data, right? Get actually, it will be getting all of the entities, all the components of all the entities that match. So let's do get entities by type, which means component type. And then I'll just bake in here for now, entity type of global. There we go. Did I miss something here? I did. I got that backwards. Oh boy. Wrong key again. The GitHub for Keybinds Visual Studio and VS Code? Yeah. I should probably do that, Red Sky 1. Great ideas like that I'd like to put in my notebook to look at later. Thank you very much. You know why I'm feeling tired? Because it's almost 4 hours. I run out of energy after 4 hours of streaming. I haven't yet broken the 4-hour barrier. When I go back beyond 4 hours, my speech deteriorates, my thinking gets cloudy. It's tough to stream and code at the same time, that's for sure. Okay, if that's the message we're sending to the server, I think I'm just going to rely on the return values working the same way it did before. So that means I don't really need to do anything else in the front end other than what I just did. I just need to have the backend support that. And let's go do it. So the first thing we need to do when we add... Well, hold on. Let me make sure this still builds. And the button is... Oh, no, I never added the button in React. How could I forget? We added the prop, but I never added the button to match it. Let me find this button and put the other button next to it. Yeah, I guess I can just put it next to it, right? Is it going to look funny if it's right next to it? On fetch global entity, no parameters needed. Global. Fetch globals. What's that look like? I put it down there because... Oh, because this had a special CSS to put it into columns. Don't know if I liked the way I did that. I forget why I did that. Why did I do grid for this? Maybe it was just to get nice margins between them. I don't remember. Yeah, because I just did it for grid gap. Oh, also to align on the baseline. That's probably why. All right. Anyway, this. If I did that, the server will ignore it. It'll probably say it's an unknown kind of message. Yeah, unrecognized message, get entities by type. So we just need to fix that. Thank you for that follow, by the way. I know, when I stream to 5 hours, things get really wacky. Let's just say that. Or, I guess, you know, I've been able to go longer if I started with more energy. But like I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been really bad staying up too late. Stealing time from tomorrow, so to speak. Streaming coding must be hard since you have to pay attention to chat. Yeah, it's like juggling the cole. In one hand, I have the code. In the other hand, I have social interaction with chat, and I am constantly juggling them. Hold on to the code for too long and you lose chat. Hold on to chat too long and you stop coding. All right. Okay, back to the front end, right? But the name of that message is what? Get entities by type. So in the back end, the message is received and funneled through this configuration implementation, this table here. I just need to add an entry for an admin. Yeah, right here. Okay, so I have at position and by ID, so I'm just adding a new one then. Get entities by type. And then this says which subsystem of the coordinator handles this message. So I'll just search for that. Hold on a sec. When I first started streaming, I had a lot of trouble with my voice, losing my voice after 4 hours. Now it's not so bad, but I can feel the strain a little bit. Right, so we declare a client message using these evil macros. These macros are hiding some of the boilerplate stuff I have, so if I show you what it looks like, it's calling a factory function and expecting, it's actually 2 levels of factory. Or no, it's 2 factory functions, and then, in other words, these are functions that return other functions, and then getting those and passing them to a registration function to basically make sure that, or set up so that when we get a message with this name, it will call these 2 functions. So one first that checks to make sure we need to change the game, and if so, another one to another function which is a command factory. It generates a command that we execute on the game, basically. And so something like fetching data doesn't actually need to change the game, so we won't need anything to be in the command factory. So if I look at like this, for example, check, the make command that goes with it is just returning no command is needed. So we're going to do the same kind of thing for get entities by type. So get entities by type, make command and check. So we don't need to worry about a command. In fact, I should probably just comment all of these out like this, but adjust this last cursor like that, and then comment. And I messed up one of them. We can't all be perfect. This is a way you can say in your implementation of a function that you really didn't need the function parameters. The reason why I can't just delete them is that macro stuff I was showing you before expects a certain signature. This register admin expects this command factory, which has this signature. So I can't just remove them. So they're there if the function needs it, but we don't need it. So we just comment them out. And then if we're running lint or something, it won't complain that you didn't use a parameter. All right. So we're not receiving anything from the message. We are making an entities. And instead of having one entity, I'm going to want to fill this. So we'll start it with, I want the shape of this though. So let's pull that off and comment it, and I'll use that for reference. But yeah, this will be empty, and we're going to get entities out of that. What do we call it? Entities, I guess, for now. Is response entities. And it looks kind of weird because this is really a factory function, and so is this. That's establishing the shape, the fact that response is a JSON object, and then one value in that object is entities that whose value is this array. So that kind of creates this object in this array, and then this is basically getting access to it so we can start adding to it. It's a slightly less expensive than it would be to start with just the type, then build a JSON array, and then plug it into the object. And that's only because my implementation of JSON object in an array. But I'd like to explain what I'm doing, so that's why I'm chattering about it. Yes. Okay, this, I kind of need some of this, but we're not going to do entity components. We're going to do this slightly different. It's going to be with one that doesn't actually expensively copy everything. I have a with components of type, and the first thing is a function, which gives us back the entity and the component. And that's given, we tell what type we want. So that will be, oh, that is in the message, isn't it? What did I put in the message? I already closed it. It was in the front end. I think it was in a component type, but I don't remember. Entity type. Or it should be component type. Because entities don't have types. It's the components of an entity that have the types. I could say get entities by component type, but that's kind of long. Maybe I should anyway. I am. Because who cares if it's a little bit longer? Thank you for that follow, by the way. So I changed the name there. I got to change it here. And then I got to change it here. And then I got to change it there. All right. Entities don't have types in your game? No. I have a nice note page for that, so let me go over that. It's interesting, this come up a couple times already today. I'll go months with no one ever asking about it, and then I'll have like questions, like several of them in one day, which is cool. So I didn't know anything about entity component systems until the beginning of the year. And so not really knowing anyone else who knew it very well either, I just did Google searches all day and collected all sorts of different examples of entity component systems and tried to put together like what are the essential points and how would it work for me. And I tried this out in a prototype game. It seemed to work out reasonably well. It does. It's not the best in class, of course. It's just my first attempt because I haven't written a game before. But essentially what seemed to work for me was splitting the entity component system by those names and assigning them different dimensions of the problem. So ultimately, one dimension of it is you need to distinguish one object from another. So that's what entity is. It's just an identification number that ties together the data that's common for one thing. So it could be one tree in the game, or it could be a more general thing, like the prototype of all trees could be another entity, right? And it's just an ID number, has no data or code attached. The data is where you store all the variables, right? And it's tightly coupled to the entity because one of the built-in attributes of a component is what is its entity identifier. So it holds the identifier of the entity. But then what makes it sort of flexible is you can have more than one component for an entity, and you try to make the component be some aspect of the entity that other entities also share that same kind of aspect. So in my game, component types, like if I click on a player here, right? We have everything that's specific about the player, but we also have things that are shared between players and inanimate objects, like position in the game and tile. Tile is like how to draw the graphics, and position is where in the game to show, where they are in the game. Again, players specific to only players. Interact is anything that is not allowed to move because it's interacting with something else in the game. And in is for input. That's basically user-driven characters. So that contains like whether or not they're moving and when they can change their movement, right? And caps is capabilities. That's if the entity is allowed to walk over water or swim or fly. And that's this M for movement. And if it's 1, that means it can move on top of a tile as long as the tile has that bit set. So that's basically it. Everything in the game, like this tree, only has a position and a tile, but a player or an NPC would have more. It's just attaching more data to the entity. And then both entities and components don't have any code associated with it. That's the third part. That's all the logic that has all the interaction between entities happens in the game systems, and the game systems are rely heavily on looking up components and iterating through entities. That's a lot of what they do. And I should probably take that explanation and shorten it and make that a clip. You figure position orientation would be so common, you just made it a part of the entity. See, when I was researching this, what's really tough is to figure out what are your different components. So, like, for example, I could have made position and tile together, but I figured out pretty quickly that they should be separate because you might have things in the game like this hidden thing here, which is a teleporter. It has a position, but no tile. And then something that would have a tile and not a position would be an item in someone's inventory. So when you give someone a sword, you're creating an item and a tile, but not a position. If you were to drop that sword in the world, you would essentially be giving that entity a position. And if you picked up the item, you're removing the position. And probably to make sure you don't lose it, you would also be storing the entity reference in something with the player, like the player's inventory list. So yeah, position and tile need to be separate for my game because it just makes sense. But other games, maybe everything in the world is always visible, and so you just have them both in the same component. The downside of having them in separate is a lot of my game systems, they have to do 2 lookups. Get the position, fine. Now get the tile. Now we can do our thing. So, I don't know. Unity has a different notion of what an entity component system is. So that's why I made this page specifically. This clearly says like what ECS means for me. I like the clean separation. The code goes here, the data goes here, and the sense of identity goes here. So if you have a component lying around, it's just a position, right? It doesn't tell you like what's at that position. There's no identity. It's just some attributes that are they need to be attached to something, and the something is the entity. What's hard for I think a lot of people to grasp is that the identity itself doesn't really have more than it's just a number. It's just something that to distinguish one thing from another, and that's it. There's no mandatory rule. Yeah, that was my problem. I looked up what is an ECS, and I found, well, there are no rules. You can do what you want. I think isn't that true even in Unity? Like, you don't have to use Unity system at all. You could invent your own ECS in Unity, and that's fine. You think you'll let me know how it goes then, because I'd be curious to see if what I got right and wrong, and then maybe you can maybe you find some improvement or find some fault. I'd really like to know. But so far, it's worked for me. One thing I know I'm not doing enough of is a good ECS I've read will make this data efficient, and the key to efficient data storage is being friendly to your computer's cache. So avoiding cache misses and trying to maximize your cache hits. I don't do any of that yet, and probably my game is not optimized well enough because of that. Yeah. So I know, yeah, another ECS is there's a sort of a blending of code and data and maybe even identity. So a component might have code. I try to keep it completely separate though. Of course, some game systems are basically tied to component types because like the movement system inherently is interested in positions, right? And the movement system doesn't care about tiles so much, so there's some association, but it's not hard coded or anything. Okay, back to this component type, right? Component type is what I want here, and that I'll be nice to my type system and say I want to interpret that JSON value as a string, pass it to with components of type. This is using the visitor pattern, which means I want components to take this function and call it for every component of this type. The function it's calling is called the visitor because it is essentially going to the components and visiting all of its entries, basically all the entries that match this type. And look up visitor pattern if you want to read more about it. It's a tricky design pattern, and it's not always best to use it, but it works out really well in this case because it allows me to have the visitor function access components in place without having to make copies, which really came in handy performance-wise. I saved a lot of CPU by doing it this way. All right, what do we want to do? I think what we want to do is we're going to end up doing this inside of here. Yes. We're going to make, what are we going to call this? It's this thing, right? Yeah, it's essentially this. Down here. And we're going to call it something, right? I don't know, encoded entity or something? And then we want to fill in, so this part, we're going to fill in this part. So take that and put that there and indent it. I don't need that anymore. And it's not response entity 0, it's just encoded entity components. And then we already have it. Oh, wait a minute, no I don't. I need to do another level because we only have one level component. In fact, I don't even want to use that. I don't want to use that. I just want the entity number. And we're going to use that to look up, right, so it's going to be a second stage lookup. It's going to be components. Let's say impl. That must be old. I must have copied that from somewhere. Oh, no, it is impl. Impl components with... Oh, and that won't be available unless I capture it, which I will do. Because we can. In fact, I'm going to use the more generic syntax because it's... This visitor won't run after this returns anyway, so we might as well just capture everything. With... No, do I really need... I don't have a with version of this. Oh, that sucks. How did I do this before? I had to do a get. Oh, that sucks. Maybe it's time to make this then. Actually, I'm just gonna cheat. I'm just gonna... I'll do a to-do. It would be better to have a with entity components here. I just don't have it yet. I haven't written it yet. So instead we're making a copy, essentially, and looping through, and then adding to that all of the stuff, and at the end I need to add it to entities. Add encoded entity. and then we encode and return it. So that should be good. I didn't write a test for this, and I'm going to blame it on it being after 4 hours of streaming. Maybe add a test later. Let's make a note. Need a unit test for get entities by, well, it's really this. And while I'm at it, let me write that I also need a with entity components. Need a components with, there we go. Just so I don't forget. Who needs tests? Yeah, there we go. Your system is fine overall. It's very cache friendly and that all components are stored consecutively in memory. That's good as long as you're fetching or looking at them also consecutively in memory. What I found the most difficult was when, back to my game, I split things by position and tile. So when I'm iterating through all things to show by the camera, I can't just iterate all positions. I have to iterate all the positions and then for each one find the corresponding file. So I'll be sequentially accessing positions but randomly accessing tiles. So, and it would be, if I linearly access tiles, I'd still have to randomly access positions. It gets complicated, right? What do? Do you make a special super component called tile position where you kind of collect the two together? Do you have two passes, go through all positions and then go through all tiles and then kind of match them up? They all have pros and cons, and I'm just not good enough or experienced enough to know how to do that well enough to be the most efficient. If it's easy if you're only looking at one kind of component, yeah, you just loop through all of them. It's super simple. It's nice to work with the cache. But it's when you have multiple arrays, I think that where it gets tough, at least for me. It stored A 0 through N, then B 0 through N. Well, then, sure. As long as your cache, what is it? As long as your cache lines can hold all of the Bs, or enough of the Bs so that if you're randomly accessing the Bs that you're not missing the cache a lot, I guess it would work. But yeah, there are tricks. I mean, maybe you know better than I do, for all I know. Yeah, get all A, it just turns the address. Yeah. Not the Bs! That's an Adam C. Eunice reference, isn't it? Yeah, the reason I can't return references here and why I do the visitor pattern with instead is because this is accessed from another part of the game server which has its own worker thread, and so I need to get a lock. So I can't return something and still have the lock held without making a really complicated lease system where you get it with the lock, but you have to return it to unlock and all that jazz. So I just make a copy, which is really expensive and bad. And the alternative would be to have a visitor pattern where while we're holding the lock, we call this function, and then we don't have to worry about a lease or anything like that. Okay, that built. Let's just run it and see what I get. The way I'm going to test this is I'm going to use the existing stuff I have to actually create a globals component. I call it globals or global. Global. So I'm going to make something called with a global component and see that this button actually fetches it. And if it doesn't, then there will be a bug. I could also use this to fetch all players if I change that to player. I guess I can do that if I want to test. Hey, it's my Valley Investigators of the Paranormal. Welcome in, Perry. How are you doing? Yeah, you have a great weekend too, playing with scissors. Thank you for your help this week. I'm going to be going soon too because I'm running out of energy, but I kind of wanted to finish at least this part here. We're trying to make this button so that I can establish global information about the game because I need to establish where do players get placed when you create an account from scratch. And I need that so that I can get rid of this so-called default zone where you just show up here at 0, 0 in the default zone. I don't like that. I want to have a control over where new players are placed, and I figured that I would just add a component called the global variables to my game because I don't have it yet. Normally when you're done before you get on the PC in the evening, your times? Normally I'm gone. Yeah, because because of how the times match up, right? I'm not very EU friendly. I know that. The game's coming along okay. It's been slow recently because of things going on outside of the stream in my life, so some family stuff. So I'm trying to get back into things. And the recent change I added was these ghosts. So I can see now as the GM where uh, logged out players are, so I can move Bob even though he's not playing right now. And here, let me show you what happens when Bob logs in. Log in, Bob. So I worked on this today. Now is no longer a ghost and it shows up with his avatar. And if I were to log out, he goes back to being a ghost. And let's say while he's logged out, I decide I want to get rid of this world, right? I would take Bob and maybe put him in this cavern instead, right? I gotta re-click on that. So now Bob is there. So now if I go and log in, I'll be like, what? Where am I? So I don't know if you saw this too, Perry, but I also did more of the lighting system. There's still some bugs, like we can see particles that should be obscured, but the basic system of like not showing things behind walls is in place, and also dark areas. So you can see I'm not seeing the entire level here because it's dark. But there are lights. So this lava here lights one tile radius away from itself. So you can see where the lava is, even though it's too far away normally for me to have seen it. See how that works? And then, here's a more elaborate lighting test where you have lights and walls. And I was using this to see how both shadows are cast and how lights are cast. So that's pretty recent. And a couple other things I added. You'll be able to log in with Twitch, and there will also be the legal stuff is sort of, at least a rough draft is put into place now where if like I say, well, I need to update my terms of service, I can go and do that. I can update the document and then bump that number up, and the next time now Bob logs in, he will be confronted with, our policies have changed, and you have to agree to them. Unless you don't care to, and then you can log out. But you won't be able to play until you agree. And then, it basically tracks what version of the terms of service and privacy policy that each player has agreed to, and if it's changed when they log in, you get that prompt. Here's my overworld. And there's the other Bob. There's a lot of people in this game named Bob for some reason. I think you should make some indicator differentiate between unknown because dark and unknown because obscured. I think you're right. How do you say your name? Kokorono? Your name is difficult for me to say. Let me give you a point. That's come up before too, and I haven't yet really decided how I want to do that. Some ideas have been that if it's dark because it's obscured, make it black. But if it's a dark because of vision range, to have a gradual gray out. So this would like be fully visible here, but then get darker and darker to that edge. And then, so like if you're over here, you would see it go darker and darker, and then you'd see it go from here light to dark here. And then it would be more obvious that there's a vision in this range, and there's something making light over here, and it wouldn't be so confusing. Yeah, like an alpha blend based off of distance. So that wasn't even my idea. That was some other viewers. I think it was more than one. So I'll probably do something like that. This though is sort of true to the inspiration, which for me was Ultima 4 and 5, where it was just black and white like this, or dark and light, and that's what I went with to beginning. But there's nothing that says I can't, mix it up and incorporate viewer ideas, and I try to do that. So we'll probably do that at some point. Minecraft lighting? Yeah, kind of. With alpha blending, so that it just blend to black, I guess. And that'll also let me do things like if the lights are have a color filter applied, we can do blending to different colors. So we can do interesting stuff with blending. So yeah, I'm just trying to finish up right now. What was I doing? I was going to make this globals thing. So let's see if that actually works. I don't know if it'll work. Let's see. So let me actually make an entity. There's the entity. I just made it. And it doesn't need a position component. So remove the position. And we're going to make a global. And we're just going to have it be empty at first. Add. So let's all remember it's 9253. Hopefully what happens when I click this is I get that entity out. Oh, look at that. It worked. So if I were to actually add another entity, that add button is tied to the selected position, so it's always going to add it there. I don't have like an add without making a position thing. So if I make that also have a global, let's make it something different here. Let's make it say answer is 42. Add. So now if I hit fetch globals, I should get both of them. Yeah, look, it worked. Nice. Cool. I don't need this global, so goodbye globals. So now, no matter what, if at any point I want to see my global variables, I just do that, and I'm there. That's essentially all I need. So, the things I wanted to put in globals, I guess I can do that now. Where do I want people to pop up when they create an account? Let's have them pop up in this cavern, like maybe right here. So, this position. And I don't, yeah, let's just capture these essential coordinates, and then let me make a new JSON here for that. JSON. Whoops. How did I get a B? I don't know. All right. Let's actually embed that into something else, because I'm going to have other kinds of globals too. Let's call it initial player position, because I like long names. That's probably all I need for now, right? So let me take that and put it into the game. Fetch globals. Update, and then fetch it again. Oh, we still have that bug where I have to refetch it for it to format. I needed to fix that. So that now we're done. Now it's officially part of the game. So now I can, the next work that I would do if I had more time today would be that when new accounts are created, we put them at that place in the game, and then they should just appear there rather than in any kind of default zone. And then we would migrate existing accounts to move them out of the default zone, and then I would just destroy the default zone, and we'd be done. Actually, after that, after default zone is completely... Actually, this is just a note. This is not a plan. After default zone is completely removed, we can go back into the code and clean it up, removing all handling of default zone, which is pretty gross and widespread already, so that'd be nice to be able to do that. I'm looking forward to that. Making the game simpler. Spawn point? I could do that. One reason I'm hesitant to call it spawn point is because I think of spawn point as two different things, where monsters spawn and then where you respawn if you die. So, like for example, I have this saved here somewhere. Right, zones. So this caverns. Do I not have it here? I had it in the real game. Here. Right, I have respawn, and so I'm hesitant to use the word spawn because right now it means where you go back to if you die and you respawn. I was making the engine in the game at the same time. It is both good and bad. It's good because I get a lot of feedback from viewers and we can test it pretty quick, but it's bad because it's taking me longer to do a game. Oh, and specifically making an engine. It's good because I have a lot more control, but the bad because it takes longer. I think the bad always comes down to it just takes longer to do it. So if you want to get a game out more quickly, I would say do not make your own game engine. Use an existing one. Starting zone is a good idea. Like starting... yeah. Names are hard. Wouldn't you agree? I'll give you guys points for coming up with these suggestions. Let me record them for all posterity. Ideas on what to rename initial player position. That'll have to include X and Y too somehow. Can you change points for money? No, the stream points right now are just being accumulated. The intent is that once there actually is game content, I can actually close this one, right? Boom. Now I'm a ghost. Let me go back to the real game. So right now there's not much to do in the game, but let's say as I add more game content in this starter town, there might be some vendors here. And let's say you've helped out a lot in the stream. One of these vendors might say, you have, 50 credits with us, and the credits would be the game equivalent of the stream points. And you'd be able to say, hey, I want to exchange 10 of those credits for a nice sword or something. So that's what I want to be able to do. You think my art's looking good? I think this is bad, but maybe I'm just my own worst critic. This artwork is not intended to be final or very good. It's just something I put together quickly using assets from, earlier work I tried to do that I never finished. You want to buy a gravestone? There you go. Yeah, so I wanted to let viewers who help on the stream be able to, if they play my game, redeem some of that credit for in-game stuff. That's the intent. Right now you can't do it because there's nothing in-game that you'd want. Making a DX12 engine from scratch must be hell. I did a little bit of that. Before I did this stream and was starting on this game, I was trying to make a Minecraft clone just to see how hard it was. And it was actually tried to make it both in OpenGL and in DirectX 10, I think it was at the time. I think the hardest part is figuring out how to get your shaders to work and load and all, and to write the shaders correctly and to get all of the models in. That was the hardest part. But you don't have to use all of DirectX 12. You can just use a little bit. Just use all that you need. You want the default zone? Oh, this one? Oh, we'll add this back. This land will rise again. I just can't have this in the current format. I will need to at least transport, if not remake, this area in a numbered zone. That's the problem I have right now. You think the tiles need improving? Yeah. Yeah. I am not exactly sure what I'm going to do with that. Either I need to get better at art, or I need to find someone else to help me with the art. Or I can use open source art. Can you link your character with Twitch? Yeah. Let me show you how to do that. So I would need to log in myself. Hold on. I'll go ahead and log. No. I'll leave that logged in. New incognito window. Go to the game. And actually, there's two ways you can do it. You can do a new account, log in with Twitch, or you can make an account and there you we'll do it that way. So I can't show this on stream, obviously. Let me not log in with the window showing. So I'm just putting in my password and just being super protective of it. Oh, and I'm using Authenticator too, so I gotta get that out. All right. Okay, cool. We can show it again. I can close that and show it again. All right. So I'm in my own game. In this tab here, I'm already linked to Twitch, but I can go ahead and unlink. And then I have the advantage of stream delay, so I can do this without anyone hijacking it. So I can do get code, copy to clipboard, and paste. Now I'm linked. So that's how it's done. You click get code, copy to clipboard, and you paste it in my chat while my bot's running. And then my bot, since it's in the game, see there you did it. You're successful. Since you're it's running the game, and it is the only thing besides you that knows the code. Now, how come that didn't work? Did you have some funny character in there? Yeah, that's how it works. You post it in game. Maybe it's not. Oh, you used my code. Aha! Thank you for testing, DS Just. Yeah, that won't work. Yeah. So this is only necessary if you didn't create the account through Twitch. If you create the account through Twitch, it already knows who you are because it uses Twitch's OpenID Connect authentication system. So we don't need to do all that link business. So now look what happens if I assign myself a point. Now I have a point. Now if you accumulated points before you made an account, the moment you link, it will set the points for you, and so they'll be in the game. And I probably shouldn't abuse the system by giving myself points, so I'll take away that point. Oh, why did it not let me do that? Yeah, I know about that bug, TS Jost. I know. Oh, I didn't spell my name correctly. There we go. Back to 0 where I should be. Anyway, that's how you do it. But yeah, you can't really use the points much yet. So in the future, though, when we have stuff you can redeem for in game, that's what they're for. That's true. I can invent points. It's like a currency that I can kind of generate, but I don't want to abuse it. I guess I could say I'm just testing. Anyway, folks, that's going to be it for me today. I think, yeah, when I come back to this on Monday, I'm going to continue this. My objective is to get rid of this, the extra crud in my game that has to deal with this so-called concept of a default zone, and so that the only positions legal in the world will be governed by these zone entities. So Starter Town, Sewers, Between the Worlds, Slimeville, which no one can go. That's my little reservation no one can get to. There's the Farlands, which we could keep that around for testing. I guess if enough people like this default zone, I'll just transport it to a new zone. Actually, I can make it now. What do we want to call it? Default zone? Why not? Why not give it an entity number, and then I can transport all of these entities into that zone at some point, either with a tool or just manually recreate it there. If I go there now, there is nothing. So I just transport all these entities over into that zone and I'd be essentially done. Use merch for Raimu merch. Yeah, Rhyme coins? Doesn't flow off the tongue though. You were in the series, you couldn't figure out how to get to the default zone? Oh, you can't. But I could transport you back if you really wanted to. This is a one-way door. I did that because I wanted to get people out of here. Can't select multiple entities at once to shift click. Oh, for mine? Yeah, but I'd probably write a Python tool to do it instead. Because now that I have the what was the thing I just added? This get entities by component type. I could have a script just get all positions in the world and then figure out all the tiles that were in the default zone. Now go and systematically change them to put them into the numbered zone, and then I'd be done. In fact, I might do that on stream on Monday to do this migration. Rather than destroying the default zone, so alternatively, write a tool to transport all entities from the default zone to somewhere else, some other zone. Oh yeah, how the chat links up. If you're a VIP and up in my stream, when you chat in my channel, it shows up in game because this golem is the chatbot integration between the game and Twitch. We've had problems with that, so if you were to create an account in the game right now, you wouldn't be able to chat, and we don't show the chat from Twitch in here unless you're a VIP. Yeah, because people like N Perry are going to troll me. Yeah, you get the idea. We've had problems with that in the past, so hopefully we'll avoid that in the future. All right. So where do I end the stream? Showing maybe is someone battling in the sewers? Oh, player 428. By the way, you might not know this, but if you go to the starter zone and you go to the guard-looking guy, this guy, and you talk to him and say the word sword, he will give you a sword, and that's much better than your bare hands when you're down in the sewers here. But yeah, essentially your initial goal. When I add a tutorial, it'll give you some kind of starter weapon, and your goal will be to navigate out into the town. Right now, you got to use your fists and hope you don't get killed. If you die, you'll just respawn. I think it'll just put you nearby. Yeah, it just puts you right there. There, and there's some money there. Don't forget the money. And then yeah, if you can get to the stairs here, you'll get out to the town. Oh, that guy hit you hard. Oh, you forgot the gold. Go back and get that gold. You got it. If I can click on you, can see how much money you have. Let's see. Where is your inventory? Your inventory is holding 17704, which is 10 gold. You have 10 gold. Starter town. And you're talking to the guard. Presumably you picked up a sword by now, so it'll be in your inventory. I don't see, you can tell I don't have very many, oh yeah, so you asked for a sword, so you probably have it in your inventory. Or if I refresh, you probably will. Yeah, I need better tools. So yeah, now you have 17728, a new entity, which is probably a sword. And if I wanted to, because I'm a generous game master, I could increase the damage bonus from 3 to 5. And even though you can't see the name of the sword, I can give it a special name. I can say Iron Sword +2. Now your sword does more damage. So yeah, obviously I need to make better tools, but you can see how I can modify the game data in place and all that. Anyway, hope you guys had fun. Let me go find someone to raid, and then I'll be back on Monday, hopefully. Who's streaming that is doing like either programming or game dev? Oh, I was talked about Zeratar before. He's always fun to raid. Maybe we'll just raid Zeratar, unless he's ending. Oh, you're welcome, Chris. It was my pleasure. Zeratar is still streaming, but I'm watching an ad. We'll set this up though. Zeratar's a fun streamer. He's making a game that's like a Twitch integrated idle game where you, like in chat, you say !join, and you'll have a character created in his game, and you just give it general things like train magic or train crafting, and then your character just does its thing, and you see it on stream and all that. And it's called Ravenfall, and it's written in Unity. It's heavily integrated with Twitch, like I said, and I'm sure you'll love it. Also, he's got funny things you can interact with him on chat. I think, like, mess him up and give him jump scares. So, one of the only dev streamers I know that's brave enough to do that kind of thing. So, props to him. Yeah, everybody, I hope you guys have an awesome weekend, and hope to see you next week, okay? Bye-bye.